Alrighty, welcome back, folks. Thank you for waiting around while we switched up a restream here. For those of you that were enjoying that Final Fantasy One randomizer race, I hope you are stay seated for what's going to be another great speed run with another great speed runner. That is going to be Professor Palmer here, running a much newer RPG. This is called Earthlock, and I tell you what, Palmer, if you're ready, I'm going to go ahead and let you go ahead and get started, and then I'll talk a little bit about some of the incentives here, and then I'll get out of your way and let you talk up a game that I know you love very much and one that you're very passionate about too.
All right, there we go. Now we're unmuted. Hopefully they're not hearing me twice. Okay, perfect. Yeah, this is Earthlock. Thank you everybody in chat. It's a pleasure to see you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm gonna give a countdown and then I'll start talking about the game because we got a little bit of chilling to do early on. So without further ado, I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1, go. So this is Earthlock, and it actually has a neat history behind it, despite it being, a really new game. First of all, this game came out on September 1st of 2016, I believe. That it might be give or take a couple days, but it was originally released as Earthlock Festival of Magic, and Snowcastle, the developers, weren't quite, they were thrilled at what they had accomplished, but they weren't quite pleased, I guess I should say. They weren't done yet. So instead of moving on, what they ended up doing was they ended up wanting to remaster the game, respond to a lot of the fan and critic review and things like that. A lot of things that people were saying that they did or did not like, and they wanted to make the game better. And man, that is an understatement, because the differences between Earthlock and Earthlock Festival of Magic and Earthlock, which is what I'm playing right here, is quite immense. Things like, craftable weapons, selling stuff was a big one, I remember. There's all different types of bosses that have been either removed or put in different places, lots of different side quests. It's pretty massive how much change is in this game. It really is a completely different game. And people, I tell people all the time, it's entirely different. If you played one, you absolutely need to play the second because it's a different experience and a much better one. A lot of things got refined, and one of them you just saw me use was actually the battle speed up system. Now, in battle, you can hit R2 to fast forward animations, basically. So what happens there is you'll be running at double time, and it just lessens the time of animations, makes all your inputs a lot quicker, which is obviously very nice for a speed run. It's one of the great ways that they made a turn-based RPG, which, historically you can get kind of redundant, a little bit repetitive when you're in a really long battle with an enemy in a turn-based RPG, and animations and things like that are taking place and the fights are really drawn out. But they did a great job of kind of remedying that for anybody who wants to speed them up, and I definitely am one of those people. And it's one of my favorite things about the game, and it's only available in this version, the Earthlock, the updated, remastered, whatever you would like to call it. So if you had to choose, I would definitely play this version. I know on Steam, if you purchase the game, which is always on sale, definitely a recommendation. You actually get both versions, so you can play them both.
You had mentioned Snowcastle Games, the ones who were the developers of this game here. I understand that they actually promoted this run that you're doing here for RPGs We Love Too. So we would like to, they did that on Twitter, we would like to thank them for their support on behalf of the RPG Valkyries for giving a shout out to you and to this event as well. That was very cool of them.
Yeah. I can't thank Snowcastle enough for a lot of things. For tweeting me, for answering my questions, which, I blow them up on the regular. I'm like, guys, what about this? What about this? And they're like, I'm sure they're back there, they're like, come on, we got work to do. But they've been incredible. This is their only game as far as I'm aware, but my relationship with it is kind of a funny one in the way that it started, and I'll give that story just real quick. There was a viewer of mine who, had, done a little bit of work with them and recommended the game to me. So I contacted Snowcastle before I even started running the game, and I was like, hey, listen, I'm a speedrunner. I plan to pick up your game and run it. I know devs aren't super, willing to share like any glitches or skips or breaks that they might have in their games, and I don't blame you, but if there's any kind of advice or tips or things like that that you can give me, I'd be grateful for it. And right off the bat, they were like, well, we don't know of any glitches, but they gave me like 5 or 6 bullet points of things where like, you can actually do this and save time here. And right off the bat, they saved probably 20 or 30 minutes on my initial route. And from that point forward, I kept, bouncing ideas off of them. And a couple of them even sent me some ideas of their own, which ended up saving a lot of time. So the first run I ever did of this game was 7 hours. The very next one was 4.5. Now it's all the way down to 3:11. And they've actually given me probably 45 minutes to an hour worth of time save in strats that they've offered up, things that I, wouldn't have noticed, that people only like them would know, So just to see developers be interested in something like that, it's so obvious that what's most important to them is people playing their game, which sometimes kind of gets lost a little bit along the way for a lot of developers. So huge shout outs to them. I can't thank them enough. They're real swell people.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show, kids, that sometimes all you gotta do is ask.
Oh yeah, man. I'm actually kind of spoiled with their interactivity and the things that they've contributed, because if I ever run another game, I'm gonna hit somebody up, they're gonna be like, please don't talk to us. Please don't email us.
Yeah, you don't want to go to that well too many times.
Yeah, exactly. But man, they've been incredible. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Snowcastle is in chat right now, which means that only bad things will happen. That's just how it goes. But right here, I'll actually explain some game to you really quick, and I'll catch you up on story kind of as we go. We got fire right off the bat, which is really nice. Means I can actually use a couple less fire spuds here. So the hammerhead shark guy you're seeing, his name is Uncle Benjo. He is a character that we won't have for very much longer. This is actually it. They're always watching. Yo, that's actually mad creepy. But thank you guys so much. In Uncle Benjo we lose really quickly for story-related reasons. He actually shares the same ammo pool as Eamon. So you saw me pick up a couple of chests up in the temple right here where I was doing those puzzles, and the reason for that is because you actually fire potatoes out of a potato gun. Some are elementally charged, others are just regular potatoes, but they actually share ammo. So if I use too much on Benjo there, then Eamon will come up short in this next area that we're about to do. And the way you get ammo in this game is actually insanely unique, really interesting, and a strong asset that the game has that a lot of people were favorable for, that really, really enjoyed. Now I'll get into I'll get into that as as that part of the game kind of reveals itself. I don't want to give anything away just yet, but it is really neat. So right here, we're just doing some really quick side missions. I'll explain kind of the synopsis of where we're at in the story, big picture. So essentially, what has taken place is years and years ago there was these entities of great power. Long story short, they were at odds with each other, led to some fights, and the Earth actually got locked in place. So it's no longer rotating. The globe is no longer spinning. I'd imagine it's still in orbit, but science, it's not my strong suit. And it's still in, so it stops spinning. So basically half of the world is exposed to like this great heat, and half of the world is exposed to, like a bitter cold. So essentially, cut to years and years later, and here we are. We're Eamon. The girl you saw earlier was Ive, and I'll get into them later because her partner happens to be all hail to the king, the absolute legend that carries us. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Now we are Eamon. And Eamon and his uncle Benjo, we just uncovered this ancient relic in the Zabirum Temple, which happens to be really close to his house. It's like, you know, how fortunate. But they find this ancient relic that apparently is filled with great power. Power that he's not aware of. They're just scavengers trying to sell things and make a quick buck. But we go to this store to sell it, and this little hog bunny, this guy here, Nart, swell guy, he comes to us and he says, "Oh my goodness, like, you don't know what you got. This is a when did we stop it? We might have soft locked. Dude,
Is this common?
No, I've literally never seen this before. Which
no.
I can't. I despise saying that in marathons. I really do, because it's such a meme. But like, I don't know how else to phrase it. It's really never. Don't worry, guys. We're more than okay. We got time.
Oh man.
I'm pretty.
Well, I tell you what. While we've got time, let me go ahead and fill some of that here. First of all, there are a couple of incentives in this run that have yet to be met. Each of them need a total of $100. The first incentive is for Princess and the Frog skins. That currently only has $5.94. And then there's another incentive here to fight the Hollow Knight, which is tabbed as an optional super mega boss. That only has $16 of the 100 that it needs. For that. So I tell you what, why don't you explain those incentives a little bit, Palmer? What are the Princess and Frog skins, and tell us a little bit more about this Hollow Knight mega boss.
All right, so gladly. So the Princess and the Frog skin they're two skins. Ive, who you're gonna see for a second time right here. She is one of the characters, and that's her dog Taika. But Ive actually has an alternate costume, so it's a cosmetic that we can pick up. And she has her hair up in a bun, looks real good. It is a pleasant ordeal for sure. It's a pretty skin. The second one is same situation. Nart, the hog bunny that you actually just saw. He gets a frog skin, and it's kind of hard to explain now. I'm sure there's actually some of my viewers in chat. If you wouldn't mind, throwing out your frogs, I would greatly appreciate it. But Nart gets a frog hat, just like the frog in the emote. And it's kind of nice. The Frog Boy means a lot to us in the channel. He's kind of a meme. He's a legend. So, but as far as the Hollow Knight is concerned, the Hollow Knight is a optional boss. It's, as far as I know, the hardest in the game. I've not fought anything harder, and I just routed it like yesterday. Just finalized the route and made sure that what I can do and just how long it was going to take. And it's pretty difficult. Like, we have a broken strategy that we utilize. We have a broken strategy that we utilize for the second half of the game. We go through the first 30% of the game at a pretty typical pace, and then the last 70% of the game we do in like an hour. Because we get to a point where specific character is way out of control. And utilizing that strategy, we defeat the Hollow Knight as well, but it's probably even worse than the final boss. Like, it really comes down to just how lucky you get with turn orders and stuff, but you have to do a lot of things on the side in order to get it, and I'm going to pick those up along the way. So if that donation incentive is met, we can showcase that boss really quick, and it's pretty neat. So I would definitely donate to that one first. Because you guys are not gonna want to miss it. It'll be the first Hollow Knight ever done in a run for sure.
Wow, I'm sold. And then when you dismounted with the fact that you could be making history here, I don't know how you don't donate to it. So if you would like to donate to that, Scala has dropped a couple of very useful links here in chat. One is going to be to donate directly to the RPG Valkyries, and the other is going to. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there was another link here for the incentives. One question here, Scala had: is there a cutoff time or cutoff point for that Hollow Knight incentive that you can tell us?
No. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pick up the prerequisites along the way, because it'll only lose me maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and we can do that at any point during the run. Now, I'm going to probably do it as close to the end as possible just because, you know, for level purposes and things like that. But until we've defeated the final boss, we can still do it. So you got until then to get those to get those donations in.
All right, so you got plenty of time, but that doesn't mean that you should waste it. If you want to see it, go ahead and donate now. We want to see, we'd love to see those funds coming in. As far as what those funds are going to be for, besides your chosen incentives, it is going to go towards having some of our RPG Valkyries here attend RPG Limit Break in May. It is a annual event held in Salt Lake City, Utah, and it is a week-long marathon. Probably, you would say, the most prominent RPG speedrunning marathon in existence, and it's can be a bit of an expensive trip, especially for some that are coming from long distances. So the donations that you're making are going to go towards, you know, paying for their airfare and their hotel and incidentals and all of those things. So that is what your support is doing. Speaking of the RPG Limit Break event itself, Palmer, what do you know about any kind of participation that you may have in that event?
Yeah, so thank you so much for asking. It just so happens that Earthlock, this very game, made it into RPG Limit Break this year.
Oh, no kidding. Nice.
Yeah, what are the odds, am I right?
Yeah.
And this is actually, believe it or not, this game's first speedrun marathon ever right now. So thank you to the Valkyries for taking a chance on it, and Limit Break as well. But so we got some things I want to make sure go well by the time we get there. Softlock probably being one of them, so maybe more safety saves in the future. But it's a pleasure to be able to run this game anywhere, and to be accepted to these great marathons is truly a pleasure. I can't thank you guys enough. It's an amazing game. Its only downside is that, you know, it's not more well known, and you know, hopefully we can change some of that, because it's definitely an absolute treat to play. It's always on sale, so definitely give it a chance if you have the ability to do so. You won't regret it.
I know that you are a major proponent. Anytime there's any kind of sale for this game on Twitter, you are banging away at your keyboard to let everyone and anyone know about it. So the man does not lie, I can assure you.
Yeah, absolutely. It goes on sale regularly. It's on sale more often than it's full priced, and you know, you can, the game is $30 normally. You can actually get it on PC, Switch, Xbox, PS4. I'm on the PS4 right now, so you can get it just about everywhere, and it goes on sale on those different platforms quite frequently. But even at the standard price of $30, it's worth it. So it's a steal at anything cheaper, in my opinion.
Now, are you aware of any kind of differences in gameplay or timing or anything like that between the different strategies?
As far as speedrunning is concerned, you have to imagine that the PC loads faster. Although, like, you know, you can see these loads that I'm doing this right here. It's, you know, it loads fast. I would have to imagine that maybe in a 3-hour run, you give or take a minute between the fastest, which I imagine is PC, and the slowest, which is probably Nintendo Switch. Like, it's not a whole lot, and that's really the only difference. There's no difference between versions as far as gameplay, story, or anything like that. Keep in mind, like I did mention earlier, when you buy it on PC, you get Festival of Magic, the initial game's release, as well. So the version differences and stuff like that will be in that game, which you can choose to play or choose not to. But it is a neat game, man. The art, everything about it is pretty sweet. There's great music. Like, the soundtrack is so criminally underrated. I sometimes just jam it when I'm chilling. It bangs, to say the least. And there's a lot of good tunes. The art is phenomenal. They did a lot of things right in this game. Now, I definitely have some complaints, and we'll probably share those at a time when Snowcastle's not watching. But no, I'm kidding. Like, this game does so much more right than it does wrong, which, and being just a natural complainer like I am, that's rare for me to find. So as soon as I started playing this game and routing it and messing around with its mechanics and things, I really took a liking to it. The characters are also pretty lovable. You see a lot of my my homies in chat. I appreciate you guys coming out and spamming that frog. But there's a whole bunch of, there's a handful of characters in this game that a whole bunch of my viewers really, really have taken a liking to, myself included. They're always watching. That's true. That's true. But one thing right here that I failed to mention earlier, so I can cover it now, is Benjo's about to teach me this talent board. This is actually how you spec up your stats. You'll level up and gain things like HP and MP and stuff like that organically through levels, normally. However, things like your magic, your attack, and that kind of thing, you need to spec these certain tiles onto this tile board that you have. Now some are abilities, some are straight up like attributes, and some are things, how should I say this? Some are like things that bosses give you that say, at 30% you do more damage, at 30% health you do more damage, or stronger earth elemental damage and things like that. You can kind of mix and match your tiles for things like speed, attack, magic, and all that stuff. And it's simple enough to understand, but also complex enough to give you like some challenging variety and things, and it matters a lot. I've played too many games where it's like, you can kind of ignore this or just kind of do it however. Hey, there you go. So you know what I bet happened? I bet I closed that menu faster than it actually could load. And we've made it past it, so here we go, guys. Sorry about that. That's my apologies. But so this is one of the cool, neat things. On the overworld, you can actually pick up these objects that are laying around. And these objects will allow you to, like for Nart, you'll see me primarily use Nart until we get a certain character later on in the game. Nart can pick up these flowers that make him run faster. So, when I say this game was made for speedrunning, there's a lot of aspects that I'm like, man, I know they didn't do it with me in mind, but maybe they have always been watching. Maybe that was accurate, I don't know. Because there are so many neat tricks and things you can do. Like you just saw me get into that battle just a second ago. Running away is guaranteed. So, I know all speedrunners all over the place are like, oh, that's so nice. It's not a chance. You don't lose anything. You feign death. Everybody pretends to die, and you're guaranteed to get away. Another thing that is very important to explain is the mechanism of aggro. So as you can see, all of the enemies in the game are displayed on the map, right? You're gonna see them. You're not gonna take random battles. It never happens. Now, what happens when you run past them is they aggro you, and this timer in the bottom left corner will basically start to tick. Ooh, the jukes. And you can see that timer right there. Once it fills all the way up, you're taking that encounter, and that number is the number represents how many of the enemies in that encounter you're gonna take. So that's important for later on, and I'll explain that when we get to it. But it's nice because you can force those encounters with circle. If you know you're going to take a fight, you force the encounter and you just run away. And you can save yourself a lot of time in that respect. So it's super neat mechanics, man. A lot of small things that I'm a big fan of.
Something that I'm a big fan of, Palmer, is reading off donations. And we did receive one from Ashy. Ashy donated $10 and said, please dedicate this donation to Professor Plus so we can see the Earthlock Hollow Knight.
Thank you so much, Ashy.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you for the donation. I'll go ahead and put it towards that incentive.
Yeah, that is a great incentive. So please, I would love to see that one get met. It's a treasure. And thank you so much for the donations, everybody, throughout the entirety of the event. They mean a lot to a lot of people. So it really cannot be understated how grateful we are to be. I am to be taking place in this marathon, taking part in the marathon, and having people be so generous as to donate as well. Yeah, I did hear the Professor Ploss, which is a legend of the Dragoon. Shout out, good old my boy Ploss. But here we have to acquire a few things. These two little wheels. Fortunately, they're in the chest that are easily accessible. And like I said, we just run from the fights that we don't want to take, which is all of them. Just kidding. There actually is a very important emphasis on experience points in this game. Now, the game's level cap is 20, which, you know, immediately you say, well, that's quite low. And as a result, one level to the next is quite substantial. And in the same vein, the bosses in this game, from one to the next, jump in a huge amount of difficulty. So they incentivize you to do, not necessarily grinding, but to run away as little as possible, to use it as only a, I'm not going to make it out of this fight mechanic. And we'll be running away from everything we don't want, but you'll see me, especially in this area, take a very specific amount of encounters and take a specific amount of enemies in each encounter because of the way that EXP multiplies itself based on the enemies you're fighting. So it's a very, very... There's not a lot of wiggle room as far as the EXP is concerned. It took a long time for me to figure out what the ideal EXP would be and where I needed it, and things like that. And I'm sure that there's still probably some things that I can probably work out to shave off some seconds here and there, but it's tight, and I'm proud of the route. It required a lot of work for sure. It took me probably 3 or 4 weeks to get this game to a point out. We're right here. This is going to be our first fight. There's a couple different ways to handle this. We're getting pretty unlucky. One thing that's worth noticing, though, is when a character, when you choose one of the face buttons to, you know, basically input a command, you actually have to push that same button twice. So right here, I'm going to push X and then X again for Spud Blast. And it's neat because, like, you can't. It's very hard to accidentally, you know, use something you didn't mean to and waste your turn. As well as the animations are super quick. Most of the time, you're going to see me, you know, as you can see, the turn order is listed on the right. You're going to see me prioritize killing targets, even if it is, losing a little bit of value as far as damage is concerned. It's more important to me to get rid of enemies taking turns, period, regardless of, you know, oh, he's only got a little bit of HP left. And see, for that reason right there is exactly why. I took a risk and I missed, and what? But, you know, these fights can go a lot of different ways, and I like that about this game. It's reactionary, which is so important to me in a speedrun. It's like, do it this way and you're going to get the same result every time. I prefer that kind of chess match. You know, what's my best option, what's my next best move, things like that. This game does a really good job of that. Alright. So we get that EXP, we take those 4 people on purpose, and the reason we do so is because every enemy that you take increases EXP on a multiplier. So 1 enemy compared to 4 is a huge difference as far as EXP. And with taking these enemies in this exact formation, in this room and the room before, is actually going to put Nart and Aina right at level 3. So it's really, really important. It gives them, every time you level up, you unlock 1 more talent space on the talent board that can be utilized. And that's going to be pretty important for this next boss that we're going to fight, which is going to be the fight. Now, keep in mind, you do lose EXP when you die, which is why you're seeing me throw a few heals out here and there to make sure that these people don't miss any EXP. It's not super huge here, but it will come back to bite you later on. Like, every piece of EXP matters, it really does. This is one of the only games where I play and it's like decisions I make now, 10 minutes into the run, will, oh my goodness, will gravely impact 2.5 hours later. It's one of those kinds of games. Please don't hit Nart. Even better. Alright, so we should be fine here. Even if Nart dies at the tail end of this, it won't matter. Woo! These misses are substantial. But it's okay. The only thing we're doing is losing time here and not too much. I'm going to pick up this chest just because I need some of the resources after having used so many spuds in that fight. You see me pick up these books. It's actually for a side quest I'm doing that's really, really quick. Doesn't lose us any time for the most part. We already have to pick up these chests for certain resources. And these books I'm going to turn into the lady. It was right at the entrance to the swamp, and she gives you 500 EXP for it, which is actually quite a bit this early on. So it's really, really important. But now that we have all the books and we've got the key to the next room, we are going to go fight the boss of this area. His name is Varlic Drew, and he's a pretty tough cookie. But we're going to set up the party a very specific way. Oops. So that it doesn't matter. And I guess we'll heal them all up. So you notice I put Olia in a different stance. Now when we start this fight, you're going to notice. You know what? We should probably save for good. Just for good measure. I'm living in constant fear now. Saving is quick, doesn't really cost you much. But Varlic Drew hits hard. And the way that we react to that at such a low level is Olia has 2 stances. Every character in the game does. And they do different things based on the stance they're in. Now Olia has one stance where she can't attack, but she can taunt. And every time she's attacked by a taunted target, or any target, but a taunted target is forced to attack her. Excuse me. And anytime that happens, she counterattacks and it does a lot of damage. So it's super important for us to do that here and just utilize her to push out as much damage as we can. We're going to do Fire Blast, which is his special. I'll cover specials here in a minute. Ooh, already down to that. Yeah, it's probably the best. So what takes place is every time your character is damaged or does damage based on the talents you have at the time, they're going to develop a little bit of bond. You see Eamon and Nart, between the two of them, they have some bond. Now this is important because there's special abilities that are accessed basically solely on the fact that how unlucky. Based solely on the fact that who you have mixed together. So by having Eamon and Nart paired, their bond is going to be different than if I had, say, Nart and Olia paired at this point. Another thing that's important is that each character that's bonded together, the longer they're bonded together, they hit certain levels. And there are abilities and attributes and things like that that come passively as a result of those people being a certain bond. Anytime they're matched together, they'll have access to those things they've unlocked. And that's going to be important for later on. My party makeup throughout the entirety of the game is very important because we absolutely need certain abilities at certain times. So if you see me do anything as far as moving party members around, or changing stances in and out of menus, things like that, or taking fights in certain numbers of fights, even though they look like they might be too difficult, or I could do them faster another way. I can guarantee you they're mostly intentional, I assure you. So right here, we are introduced to Frog Boy. He's basically, you can think of him as a fairy. He's basically like a spiritual entity, a powerful magic user, and he oversees this magical area of Plummet Island. Now Plummet Island is very important. Anytime you go to a save totem, you can warp here for a free heal. There's shops, all kinds of stuff. But in a casual experience, for sure, it's the most important area for this reason right here. So what I'm doing is I'm planting these plants, I'm watering them, waiting for them to blossom, and they're going to give me spuds and Lysros petals. Now the spuds and the petals are what I use to create healing bombs, and the spuds are what we fire from our weapon. So you literally, quite literally, plant and raise and harvest your own ammunition in this game, as well as medicinal things, healing bombs, kisses of Lys, which are basically revives and stuff like that. So really neat, really unique. A lot of people really like it. One of the trophies for platinum is to plant and harvest one of every single plant, which, my goodness, there's a lot in this game. It's a lot of work that has to get done, but so you're gonna see me harvest a few different times. Once we get to a certain part in the game, like about an hour in, we're not going to be harvesting anymore. Fortunately, I was able to route most of it out, which is nice, considering you don't want to be gated by having to wait. The farmery, yeah. Snowcastle is no stranger to puns, that is for certain. There is a lot of neat little jokes and quips and things like that In fact, Snowcastle almost weekly will tweet out like a little comic that they draw with Frog Boy making like cringeworthy puns. It's really part of their persona these days. They do a good job with it though.
And that's absolutely something that a speedrunning community can get behind. So, very clever of them to do that.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Oh man, so we're basically, Frog Boy is explaining to each one of our characters right now what their position is. Each character has a specific role that they can fulfill on this island, and he's walking us through all of ours right now. Eamon crafts weapons and armor. Olia crafts talents. Nart is the one who mixes the medicine and ammo. Ive has something to do with treasure hunting later on that I'll cover when if we do meet the Hollow Knight incentive especially. And Taika can dig up stuff at the beach. Everybody has a specific ability, and they're all quite useful. So right there, I created Earthmaster. Remember that, it'll be important later. But this whole island is a really sweet little sanctuary. It's a really quaint little place. And from here, you can warp to anywhere you've already been in the game, which is super important because we'll be doing that later on. So you have to accept this quest. I'll let you guys watch this scene. It basically explains why Benjo doesn't join us. And it turns out he leaves a gun behind him, which I found out for testing this game yesterday. And it's probably going to save us a good deal of time, so I can't wait to pick it up. Poor Benjo, but you gotta respect that he went down swinging, you know? No joke. He did what he could. So as you can see, any place we've already touched the Frogstone totem at, we can then warp to from Plumpet Island. So you're gonna see me tag a lot of these totems on purpose because I'll need to be returning to them later. And it's a super neat mechanic. That's another thing. You know, when I said this game is made for speedrunning, fast travel built into the game, like, you know, that's a nice luxury from the get-go as well. You don't always have those kinds of luxuries, so we do appreciate it. We're gonna switch to Nart again. It's very important to be on Nart when you're on the overworld until we get a certain character later on, and that's so that he can pick up those speed flowers. Don't forget the scepter just in case. Yeah, I will absolutely be picking up the scepter. I'm not going to pick up that. Oh, yeah, you know what? I could have started it right there. You're right. It's okay. We'll come back to it later. We got to return here anyways. So again, picking up the speed plants to get us cooking, get us moving a little bit more quickly. And you can actually see the encounter rate and things like that in that bottom left corner in that circle that appears as I run by enemies. You can see that number increase and decrease. Now usually, especially when I'm eating these plants, I can outspeed any of the enemies that come after me and just drop that aggro. But there are times when I can't do it quickly enough and I'll have to take a fight and then run away from it just because it's a little bit more optimal. Reset. Now I won't be resetting at any point. Ideally, we should be able to not have any huge roadblocks. So this is the spot where Benjo leaves his gun, and it's right there. And because I always master the text, and I don't pay too much attention, I never noticed. I always thought it was just decor, but it turns out it's actually a super good weapon, and it's gonna save us a lot of time in a couple different sections later on. So that's neat. Shoutouts to Snowcastle for never telling me about that, just watching me suffer. Oh man. But no, I'm happy. This is gonna be the first run we do with Benjo's gun, so everybody is gonna be pleased to see that, I'm sure. And it could be the first run where we see the Hollow Knight as well. So if you guys want to donate to get that scene, I would highly recommend it. It's a treat.
You've played right into my hand, so I mean that's why I'm here, literally. So for those of you that would like to see that incentive get met, or if there are maybe some other incentives that you'd like to to see met as well, you can put your money directly toward it. We will put some links in chat momentarily, I'm sure, with a list of the different incentives as well as, excuse me, how you can donate. Let's talk actually about some of the um, let's talk about some of the games that are coming up on the schedule here because we've got a lot of great stuff that's coming up. So right now you're watching Earthlock with Professor Palmer. Coming up after this is going to be one of the Valkyries, Witch's Hex. She is going to be running Odin Sphere. I believe it's Leafthraser is how it's pronounced. Then we've got Shenmue by Count Gooby. That we are guaranteed to have a duck mini game race. So good job everyone getting there with that incentive. And then that will be followed by a run of Final Fantasy IV Unprecedented Crisis by Couch23. High Spirits is going to be running Lunar 2 Eternal Blue Complete. There's an incentive there to get him to sing. Got to make sure that gets met. After that is going to be a run of Final Fantasy IV the No 64 category. That'll be by Penguinator. Dragon Darch is going to follow that up with 2 games in a row, first being Vagrant Story, and then Swords and Serpents. Another RPG Valkyrie herself, Sparkover, will be running Dragon Warrior. Yet another Valkyrie RPG chick is going to do a race against Calm Lamity of Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Yagamoth is going to do a one-player, two controller run, of Secret of Mana. We're going to have a Delta Rune run in here by Lightning. Scala Kitty and Invenerable are going to have a Final Fantasy Legend 2 race. And then at the end of this, we're getting to the end of Wednesday here. Leggy Starscream will take us out with a run of Final Fantasy 1 Dawn's of Souls. So a really solid lineup for these next 2 days and beyond as well. But certainly there's a lot of great games and a lot of very talented runners that are going to be coming up. So be sure to stick around for this, for what we've got coming up with this marathon.
Yeah, there are absolutely tons of really talented individuals and a heck of a lineup, so you'll want to stay tuned, I assure you. It's like I said, it's a pleasure to be a part of it with such quality in the lineup. It's nice to have Earthlock in there. It makes me feel good, man. So real quickly, these guys right here you're seeing me fight, they're Amri, is what they're called. They can stun you, first of all, which is annoying. But the big thing is they drop these different colored charges. Now, when we went into the temple earlier, our Uncle Benjo gave us this bracelet that Eamon wears that can hold these different colored charges. And they're really important because they're monumental and very instrumental in how you navigate puzzles and things like that. So you're gonna see me fight some fights with Amries where I just kill the Amri and run away. That's because I just need that charge, which is available to you regardless. And I would prefer to do that than stick around and fight fights for EXP that I don't want. But the big thing is, especially in the fights where there's multiples, is you do not want to see stun coming. Just slows you down. Unfortunately, Olia is so strong. She can usually handle most of the issue herself. Even if one of our guys dies, it's not too important because EXP here, they give such marginal EXP that it's not nearly as significant. We're gonna try to avoid dying wherever possible. That's just kind of how the game works. But again, it's not make or break here. Nice. That was a little slow, but that's alright. So we're going to chart. The puzzles in this game are neat and unique. There's not a whole lot of difficulty to them, which I'm thankful for, dude. I'm so bad at puzzles. Like, they frustrate me to no end. I'm just dreadful. And the puzzles in this game are, simplistic enough, but also creative enough where you can enjoy them. But they're not so difficult that you're feeling like it's a chore to complete every dungeon. And actually, the longest dungeon we will be skipping. There's actually a skip that we're going to be doing later on that was not necessarily intended. And in fact, I didn't know about it myself or think about it until I was told about it by the developers. So shout outs to them for giving me insight into into a literal skip, into skipping part of their game, man. You'd be hard pressed to find people willing to teach you how to do that. So again, thanks for them on that one. It saved a lot of time and a lot of stress. But in this temple we're in right now, this is the bottom floor of the Zabiran temple. There's a chest we're going to pick up, and it's one of the ingredients that we'll need in order to, or one of the prerequisites, I guess is a better way to say it, that we will need for the Hollow Knight. So I'll be accumulating all those things. If you guys want to get those donations in to see it, I will be prepared by the time we, are strong enough to fight it, to do it at any point. So don't think that it's too late or too early either to donate to it, because we will absolutely be able to get it done.
And I did make sure to put those links in chat. They are they're the most recent chat commands that you see there. So please, by all means, feel free to peruse the incentives that are available to you. And then once you find one that you like, click on that donate button and make sure that you are clear in your comments as to where you want it to go. I will be sure to read it here live on stream and apply it to whatever it is that you want to see happen. So please get those donations in. It's been a while since I've had a chance to read one. I'd like to read a couple more before I gotta go.
Yeah, absolutely. Give yourself reason to hear the sweet, sultry voice of Vanny Van the Man. You know what I mean?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree, Hero number 9. I agree. There is a fine line in puzzles, in RPGs especially, between being tedious, but also fun and engaging, right? You don't want to make it too easy on people, where they're just, jumping through, or they're just going through the motions in order to get to the end of it. But you also don't want to make it so difficult that people are frustrated and they feel like it's not worth their time to, invest in moving forward. If you ask him, he'll even say less stagger. Willie, really?
That would have to be actually in a donation comment. I'll confine it to that, Justin.
There you go. You heard it from the man himself.
And I tell you what, if you do want to hear it, you're gonna have to hurry up, because my shift here as host is going to be coming to a close very soon. I will be handing it off to the RPG Valkyrie's own Keishira very shortly. So if that is something that you want to hear, you do not have any time to waste, I assure you.
Oh, yikes.
Speaking of the devil, literally and perhaps figuratively. Hello, Keishira.
I'll give you like 4 minutes.
Ooh.
That sounds good. All right. So you heard her. If you want anything read out by myself personally before I shuffle off to bed and allow Keishira to take over hosting duties, you better get those in now. I'll go ahead and toss the links back in chat to make them nice and fresh. So make good use of them, please.
I can always try and sound like Vanny. I'm pretty sure my voice is like 3 octaves higher.
That's pretty close, I'm not gonna lie. Well done.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of concerned. I mean,
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to corner the market on this kind of sound, but if you're gonna start encroaching my territory, then it's gonna make me a little nervous.
All right, well, I'll just talk like this from now on. It's all right.
Whoa.
100 times better. I'm here for this. I dig it.
Oh man, so just to catch you guys up on the story right quick, we have now merged our parties. And you know what? You know how many games exist? And I want to give a shout out to the devs for this one. You know how many games somebody dies in or is sick and you have Phoenix Downs or potions or whatever, and you're like, nope, this person's just gonna stay dead. Like here, she's injured. They give her a healing potion. She's good to go, because that's what makes sense. Final Fantasy VII would have been an entirely different game had they just used a Phoenix down on a certain person when they needed to, but no, they didn't. Anyways, enough with that gripe. We've now merged our parties with the person we met at the very beginning, or controlled rather. Her name is Ive, and she is actually a cadet for a flight academy at what I guess you could consider one of the powerful nations, the Suvian nations. Now, Eamon is from a small town called Zaber, but she is from the big Suvian area where the Suvian army and one of the powerhouses, if not the powerhouse, basically, in the government. Now, her father is actually the commander of all of it, and he says that even though she has passed her clearance, that he doesn't want to give her the permission to fly, and in a fit of rage, she borrows that clearance and a ship from a friend and crashes it into the temple. And we meet her here, and she says, "Oh no, my dog is gone." And everybody's like, "Oh, it's just a dog." But it's not. It's not just a dog, I assure you guys. It's the
It's
dog.
her
The
dog.
Oh, it's the dog. He is literally the hard carry of the run. So once we get him, we will be in a very happy spot. He's amazing. Okay, we only have 5.
Imagine a dog making you happier.
Yeah, right? Now, I don't know about you guys, but dogs, I'm about them. You know, I'm a fan. So to see one, especially one that's usable and fun in this game is a pleasure, to say the least. So we're gonna put her in that. Yeah, we're just gonna leave it like that for now. So each character, like you saw Nart eat the plants, each character has an ability that they can utilize in the overworld. And Olia's is to yell, which, as you saw right there, it makes enemies run towards you, and it makes it quite easy to group enemies together. It's really, really important. There we go. So we're gonna do a couple fights for the needed EXP here, and as you can see, we're fighting a lot of enemies. Anytime you fight enemies more than 4, then you're outnumbered, or I guess depending on how many members in your party at the time, you're going to get an outnumbered bonus. And anytime that you fight an enemy, 1, 2, 3, 4, so on and so on, you get a multiplier. So combining all those things is actually quite important in getting to the EXP we need to make it past some of the bosses, especially early on. Some of the bosses are quite difficult. Now, because Olia is in her counter stance, we actually want every enemy to hit her if possible. Anytime they do, it's actually nice. Any of them that are taunted are just gonna hit her anyways, but it would be helpful if they could go out of the way and just make things a little bit easier on us. I would not complain, that's for certain.
I can't believe that I was supposed to hear Bonnie say certain things. I have no idea. I can't. In the middle of the conversation. So, how what line it was.
Yeah, I mean, my time is up now. So I mean, unless somebody sneaks something under the wire, like right now, your opportunity will be missed. I believe this is my last hosting shift of the marathon, so save for the run I'm doing on Friday. This is it, folks.
Well, I'll be the first to say it's an absolute pleasure to have both of you guys, really. So thank you so much for being around, and you guys squeeze in something quick before he's gone forever.
Indeed, it is actually. We did have Bonnie later in the weekend. Family duties call, so Bonnie will not be here at any time later in the week. So if you want our wonderful Bonnie Vaughn to say something, I will give you a little bit more time because I'm sure Bonnie needs to get off to bed.
I do, and we do have a donation that just came in, so I'll go ahead and read this off. Yes. Thank you, Ashley. Ashley donated $1 and said, Bonnie's choice for the hero's name in Final Fantasy Adventure of either Hasi or Weil in honor of the fallen. Okay, very good. I will go with Hasi then, and I will go ahead and apply that myself. So I will be back on Friday night running the aforementioned Final Fantasy Adventure. So that will be my return to this marathon. But as for now, I am out of here. I want to thank Garbage Doctors for giving me the chance to help them out. I really appreciate it. Palmer, my dude, good luck with the rest of the run. Please avoid any future soft locks. And everyone else, thank you so much for having a lot of fun with me in chat over the last few hours. And I really appreciate it. But I'm off to bed. So, Keishra, please take it away.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Vani and Palmer, and all of our other wonderful runners and volunteers for volunteering to help us out, because we couldn't have made this marathon without you. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here, for donating, and for volunteering. We really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yes, that's me, Scream Shura. I won't be screaming into the microphone while I'm hosting.
We'll see. Unless you donate for it.
I suppose so, yes. If you donate for me to scream, I will muster up a scream.
Justin, thank you so much for stopping by. Have a great rest of your evening, and I appreciate the good luck. So here you'll see me utilizing Ive's overworld ability. It's this little slide animation she's doing here. It allows you to go past enemies undetected. In my chat we call it tiptoeing in my Jordans, because that's what we're doing. You just you basically tiptoe. Oops, come on now. And we need to gather up 6 enemies here, like we did earlier, in order to. Oops, I forgot to do talents. In order to get the EXP that we're gonna fight a boss that's coming up, it's actually quite a pain in the rear end. Don't give chat ideas. Yeah, trust me, I learned from my limit break experience that the challenging chat is a bold ordeal. So the flying guys we want to get rid of first. The only people who can actually reach them are the 2 people with guns. And anytime those flying guys do land, they go from using ranged attacks to an AoE magic that actually does quite a bit of damage. And we want to avoid that because, you know, right now these fights are kind of tight. You can actually, you know, I've had times where I've had to run away from the fights right before they were finished and pick up the EXP elsewhere and back up because, you know, they're not easy. This is probably one of the more important parts of the game, and I'm sure my chat would be the first to tell you that they've seen a lot of runs die here. But we should be more than okay. Fortunately, that guy's son. One thing I didn't mention that's actually super important is Amory, and why sometimes I'm passing turns on characters. So you can see the little yellow squares underneath the HP bars for each of the team members that I have. Every single turn, you get one of those back. Now, anytime that you do an ability, it uses a certain amount of those Amory. Currently, we don't have any Amories that are more than 1. They come to my mind, I think. I don't believe so. And most of them cost 1 in the game. So basically, you can take a turn every time. Now, however, there are certain times where you will need to rest, or you've used up all of them, and you don't want to, you know, use an item. Anytime you rest, the benefit is that you immediately gain an Amory. So by the time your next turn comes around, you've effectively gained 2. So that's why you'll see me rest at certain points, as opposed to taking a turn. On turns where I can afford to, I'd rather set myself up for future turns. So you'll see me pick up these chests here. They're quite important for a few different reasons. They have those magic tiles, or the tiles that we need, and later on we will be using quite a few of them. That's probably fine. Talents. So here, as you can see, this is my, those are the talents in the game. And It's very important to do your talents a specific way in this route. By the time we get Taika, it'll be easier to explain. Right now, it's kind of a little bit, you know, it's so little that we're doing. But later on, the mixture of those talent tiles make a really significant difference. So we're gonna get behind these guys and then scream them on over here. Oops. Oh, we got all 7. Excellent. Ooh. Unfortunately, I didn't take my turn first. I will feint death. I need to take all 7 of these enemies like I was intending to do so, but I need to initiate the fight myself, which guarantees me the first turn. There it is. Okay, brilliant. And the reason we do this is because there's a setup that I do to get rid of all of these enemies as quickly as possible. And here it is. Oh, beautiful. Really, really nice. So everybody gets a huge amount of EXP. That fight is done real quick. And we move on. And the next fight we're going to be doing is going to be the Gob King. Now, the reason we're here in the first place... Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Holy moly, you destroyed those monsters.
Yeah, it's a neat trick. Unfortunately, we don't get to utilize it more often than we do, but it's always nice to see something get wiped like that. The reason we're here for the story purposes and whatnot is because, you know, Ive has crash landed nearby, and these goblins actually kidnapped Taika, her dog, and you know, you think, oh, it's not a big deal. They, you know, they're just some hoodlum goblins, but in actuality, they were hired by Aderin and her gang of thieves. Think like the Foot Clan from Ninja Turtles. That's kind of what they are, right? They're like mercenaries for hire, and some, you know, evil people have hired them to acquire this this object that Eamon has that we are taking to Suvia to sell for money. And you'll see why. I'll explain that as we get to it. Ooh, definitely want to do this. Oops. So the reason I did that is because Eamon and Ive, when they're put together, they get an increase to damage on ranged attacks. And we're going to need it for this next boss because we can't touch him with anything that's not a ranged attack. So it's very specific. It's actually quite a long and difficult fight we're going into with less potions than I would prefer, but you know, we'll do our best. That's all we can do, you know. Alright, so let's see what we got here. Him getting the first turn, not always ideal. Fortunately, we do have a better provide a little bit of assistance. You're gonna see me try to utilize DOT as much as possible. Can't taunt him. I do it just to burn turns. It's faster than listing. But we're gonna try to put Electro and Fire on him any chance we get. Fire Blast and a Thunder Shot, Thunder attack from Ive. Now we want, you know, just like earlier, we want him to attack Olia as much as possible. Because she'll automatically counterattack and is not penalized by the, you know, Gob King has a natural effect to him where if you attack him, he'll punch you. So you're not penalized by that on counterattacks, so we want Gob King to speed up this fight by, hopefully, attacking Olia. Now whenever he does that, AoE attack on Olia, thankfully. Or she's going to get hit by it as well. Since that's how AoE works. Now this one is big. Alright, this is the best. We don't want Nart. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, God bless you, Nart. So Nart can sometimes heal or throw buffs on the enemy there when he gets confused, and it's a real pain. But all he did was decide to club, which is ideal. Now, Ive is utmost top priority at all times. I would say that Nart is probably second because he's so frail. And because Olia can't really attack, we want to utilize our potions and stuff with her and Nart on turns when we would otherwise have to rest. Man, we were getting around. Oh, come on. We're just gonna press it out. Now, Nart gets bonds in his gauge anytime he uses a spell on anybody that's not himself. And that's important because sometimes you'll see me forfeit healing him in order to forfeit everybody, or in order to kill everybody else, in an effort to get bond a little bit more quickly. If we can avoid damage on Nart, that would be an please. Come on. That's pretty bad, unfortunately. Just roll with it. Alright. No! Leave Nart alone! No, there he goes. So now he's healing him. That really is a pain. You hate to see it. Definitely not the greatest God King, but what do you do? There we go. That's what we like. We are going to lose a little bit of EXP from this because we did have a death, and Eamon's going to receive less than everybody else because he was the one who died. But it's not going to be too big a deal, thankfully. You know, we'll be able to balance it out. There's a little section that we'll be getting some EXP in here shortly. Oh, praise, we're done. Oh, that was an ugly fight, but we made it through. And we are about a soft lock behind right now, which is good that we're maintaining that pace. So right there, you're going to see me. I got a couple of aquaweed miners, and what they do is they are the plant that you plant in order to get the water elemental potato. We won't actually be utilizing that, but it is important to get the other things that are in the chest, which are those water potatoes. We want the water potatoes because there is a fight coming up where we will really utilize them. We're going to take these 5 right here. We have to. And what we're going to do is utilize this.
So, whenever you get a chance from someone that your mic sounds low and tell your name, so you get a chance in OBS.
Yeah, absolutely. Split it up just a little bit. If that's any better or worse, feel free to let me know, guys. So right here, we're just doing the same. We'll be done with the needless killing of regular monsters before too long, thankfully. We just gotta get set up appropriately. And this is going on. But like I said, every bit of EXP that we take in the game is routed to be very specifically, because there's one boss that's coming up that is an absolute monster. And we do the fight earlier than we should, that's for certain. Cool, everybody hit 6 even with the deaths. Alright, neat. So we're in good shape, despite how ugly Goblin was. Now we had to come down here to get the minecart wheel to fix the cart. And now we are going to return, fix the cart, and hopefully get closer to Taika, because the last that we saw was they were taking him in a cage down the mine shaft, and then they destroyed the cart, so we also couldn't get down there. But now, that problem is solved. Microphone could be a bit louder, or a game a bit quiet. I can actually scoot the microphone closer to my mouth if that's better for everybody. Also, what's going on, Yaga? Thank you so much for the love. And I can turn the game down as well. I just didn't want to hear. I just didn't want people to have to hear me vaping. But I'll mute myself. But so far we've acquired everything we need in order to be able to fulfill the Hollow Knight at the end of the game. So if you guys are interested in seeing that, you have until really until the final boss to get those donations in for that. As well as there's other incentives in the marathon that you can definitely donate to that will be worth your while. So if you're on the fence, absolutely consider.
And if you want to see the Hollow Knight boss fight, which is Super Mega Boss, it is at $26 out of $100. So I wouldn't say it's only a push away, but it's closer than not. So definitely, if you want to see that, get your donations in. And I, as a Valkyrie, am proud to say that this is the first marathon Earthlock is in. Ours. But you can definitely see Professor Palmer running Earthlock again at RPG Limit Break.
Yeah, indeed, and thank you guys. You know, I've submitted it to a couple, and based on, you know, it's a game that doesn't have previous, you know, it's one of those things where it's like they want you to have experience, but you gotta do it to have experience, you know what I mean? And so I appreciate you guys for taking the risk, so to speak, even though you know, it is a consistent swell run. I swear, everybody, but I do appreciate you guys for including it in the lineup. It means a lot to us.
Absolutely. So yeah, we're for fighting Hollow Knight, we're at $26 out of 100, and I assume that you can still get the Princess and Frog skin.
Yeah, and I'm gonna pick those up, and whether or not we actually wear them, you know, well, if that donation is met, we can do it at that point.
So that sounds pretty awesome as well, and that's at $5.94 out of 100. So if you want to see those, definitely get your donations in. Some other really cool things we have coming up. We have Shenmue 2 by Count Groovy, and the duck racing minigame has been met, so now you can vote on which duck we're going to bet on. You can name the characters in Final Fantasy IV Unprecedented Crisis. Right now, Cecil is named Edward, Kane is named Backstabbed, and Edward is right behind it with $4. And you can also vote on how we kill Zeromus, either with the Dragoon Spear or the Rune Axe. And then after that, we are going to have Lunar 2 Eternal Blue complete with High Spirits. And you can make High Spirits sing, and I know that you all want to hear that.
Trust me. I don't know what it sounds like, but I want to hear it. I promise everybody else you will want to as well.
So thank you everyone for being here, for watching, and for donating. We definitely appreciate your support, and please continue to enjoy Palmer. Palmer will also be back later this week with Nino Kun.
Oh yeah, I will. I will indeed. That'll be fun. Man.
I had the pleasure of hosting for a little while during the break. Oh no, being on tech.
Yeah.
Close enough. I was watching.
It's all the same. Yeah. You were a part of it. You were part of the magic. So thank you. All right. So right.
I am going.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I am going to be hosting your Nino Kuni run for the first part though. So.
Oh,
Excited
perfect.
about
There we go. Right, so this area in the game is actually really unique. This desert. The way that it works is you have to run from shade spot to shade spot before, like, there's an invisible timer that you can't see, but you'll eventually get so overheated that you go into a walking animation. That's how you know that you're at the end of it. It's actually easy to do quite quickly, thankfully. But there's some times when I'm really, really risking it, and I die as a result. You just get sent back to the previous shade spot, basically. But you'll see me run around in circles because I'm counting the amount of rotations I'm doing and knowing that, you know, to make it from here to here, I need to do 8 spins because that's exactly, you know, this many seconds in each shade spot, things like that. And I did turn her up, Yagamon, so hopefully she'll sound better for you guys in the future. And yet, oh man, hero number 9. I totally agree. There's actually, I've seen a lot of the original concept art for some of the enemies in this game, and even some of the characters, and it's beautiful. They're really excellent. So I absolutely agree with you. I guess we'll do might. There are a lot of really cool looking enemies in this game. We'll do this for now. Perfect. So here we got to fight the quad dragon. He's actually quite simple. You can usually melt him super quick. But as soon as we defeat him, we will obtain Taika, and we got a couple of things we need to do now that we have Taika. Now, Taika is basically what you would call, I don't know, I guess you could liken him to like a blue mage. He learns spells and abilities from enemies in the game and can utilize them for himself. There are one, maybe two spells that we're gonna learn. It's a really quick process. And utilize. One of them especially is very good. Now this guy, you gotta push to a certain amount of HP and he'll stop attacking and start doing a charge up, and then we can usually kill him before that. Nice. Okay, so one more turn and he would have killed Nart, but we did it in the perfect amount of turns. Excellent. So now we have Taika, who is no joke. Everything. He is the man. Or not really. He's the Dog King. That's what we call him. He's phenomenal. Very instrumental. He has one ability called Curse that we learn from his talents a little bit later on that pretty much determines everything in the run. We hop on his back and we don't let up until the final boss is defeated, because he is a monster. And I'm not sure if Snow Castle, when they developed Taika and his kit, there's a couple of reasons I think that Curse and the way that it works is unintentional. And we'll get to it as I kind of display it, but damage in this game caps out at 9999, like a lot of games. And however, there is a way to kind of work around that with Taika, which is what makes him just so broken. But here we're going to fight a barnacle. Now, barnacles, there's 4 of them in the game, and they give a ton of EXP. Now, most of them are quite hard, but this first one is actually pretty easy. And what we're going to do is actually gather up as many enemies as possible to get the... Oh, we only got 7. Oh well. To get the EXP bonus, and then we're going to kill the barnacle as fast as we can. There he is, right there. That's the one that needs to go. Now we're going to put Taika in a different stance so that he can learn Quake, which is from this giant crab creature you see over here. Quake is an earth elemental ability, and it also has it can stun. And that's super important, because we'll use it in this short grind section we have a little bit later on. And every time you damage the barnacles, they have this this debuff that they put on you that makes you take increased damage from them. Ooh, nice, we killed him pretty bro. Gun everything down. And you want to get rid of barnacles as quick as possible. You'll see later on when I fight other barnacles just how challenging it really is. Some of the barnacles are no joke. Like, it's a toss-up whether or not we win. We beat them without dying, or having somebody die. And because they give so much EXP, we want to obviously make it through with as many healthy people as possible to make use of every single bit of that EXP. Perfect. Land of those stuff. Okay. So you'll see huge EXP bonus. Huge. It gives almost 2 whole levels. A level and a half, essentially. Which is massive, because levels are hard to come by in this game. Like I said, the EXP, or the level cap in this game is 20. So, being able to get a level and a half of a single simple enemy is pretty massive. And there's 4 of them, and we'll be utilizing them for their EXP quite often. Now, that's the only one we'll be fighting multiple enemies with, because the rest of them are just too dangerous to risk. Even with Taika that we'll have at full force at that point. Now we're going to go back to the desert, now that we have Taika, and we're going to do this puzzle here. Now, like I mentioned earlier, when I initially contacted Snowcastle and asked them if there were any tips or advice they could give to make the game faster, they told me, one, that when I was leaving the temple that I did earlier, you can actually fight the red Amory on the way out. And when you do that, you can pick up the red Amory charge and hold it until you get here. So that way you already have one of the 2 colors needed. So you only have to do 1/2 of this area's puzzle, essentially. So that saves probably 8 or 9 minutes by itself, because the other side is a bit longer than this one. Now this is actually quite a risky run right here. And we made it. But
Can you tell us again what happens if you run too far in this?
yeah, so what'll take place is you'll have like a heat stroke, and it basically just sends you back to the previous shade spot you were in, basically, which isn't awful, but you like if you've picked up certain things like Amory chargers, you'll lose them. So it's, you know, it slows you down, which is never ideal.
Good to know.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a neat area, you know. This is kind of the puzzle of this area, which is a pretty unique way to do, especially like an RPG's level. You know, I've never experienced one there. You have to run from place to place as quickly as possible, and you know, it kind of adds complexity, which I really appreciate. It's nice. It's nice to have puzzles outside of the, you know, put this here, turn this on, do this kind of thing. So I like this area a lot, and the boss here is really neat as well. So it's probably one of my favorite areas in the whole game. The music is also tops. And again, yeah, running away is guaranteed, and it is so nice. So you'll see me take fights on purpose, initiate them just to run away, and I can't tell you how many games I've speedrun that I wish had guaranteed instant runaways. Like, it's so valuable. I'm sure other speedrunners can absolutely relate.
You know, it's really cool when you can run away 100% guaranteed from the boss. Just restart the boss fight.
Oh yeah, it was at like Chrono Cross and things like that.
Yeah, and Child of Light.
Child of Light, yeah. Yeah, sometimes you're like, you know what, this isn't working the way I need it to, and you can dip, and that's ideal. So Taika can dig, as you can see here. He's gonna dig up a chest for us, or he's gonna dig up an ancient machine part, which is what they call them. It's basically Olia, the character that has left us. We'll get back a little bit later. Oops. It's basically her mission in the game is for the place that she works, the House of the Great Owl, to acquire these ancient machine parts. Now, in the speed run, that character that you get from the ancient machine parts, he's not super useful. He does have one strong use, and that's that he runs faster than everybody else, so we'll use him for like mobility on the overworld, but otherwise I'm not a real big fan. It's just hard to make room for anybody when the dog is just so good. He's the man. We're gonna do some talents right here. So in here we have to switch out specific talents on Taika. We want him to have only magic, and we give Nart and eventually Ive as well resilience and armor. And the reason we do that is resilience and armor also give you they also give you speed, so they take more turns. And the reason that I need them to take all these turns, I will put on display for you guys here in a little bit. But it's important to have certain characters faster than others for a few different reasons, and we'll get into that here in a little. So right now we need to kill this Amory, just the one. If we can do it without getting stunned, we can run away as soon as it's dead. And that would be nice. Oof. We don't want to get stunned, otherwise we have to wait for the stun to wear off before we can run. Do it like this. Nice. Yeah, we did it. And we don't have to fight the rest of this battle. As long as we kill the Amory, we can get the charge that we need from it, and we can move on. Oh, sometimes this happens. I don't know why. That's a bummer. Sometimes you can't interact with it immediately after charging it. And, you know, normally it's not a super big deal, but when you're sitting there dying of heat stroke, sometimes it's kind of a pain. So here we have a little bit more complexity to the puzzle being added. These moving spots of shade are, they're not too unreasonable, but for the first while when I was routing this game and figuring out just how fast I could get through every level in every area, this area is one that definitely I was too scared to like just run and never stop, but this whole section took about 5 or 10 minutes longer than it does now because, you know, having an idea for exactly how long you can go without your heat coming back and getting you.
How long would you say the routing process for this game took?
It's hard to say. I was, you know, on stream with my chat who, you know, had ideas and was bouncing them off me and whatnot. It was about probably 3 or 4 weeks before I did my first run of routing it, probably 3 or 4 hours a day. At least a run that I was like, okay, I think I can beat the game. And a large part of why it took so long is because the game, the difficulty curve on the game from boss to boss is huge. And I was really routing it, by seeing like, okay, what do I gotta do to get past this next fight? And I wasn't thinking in-game, I was just thinking like, how can I continue? And then towards the end of the routing process, it kind of, you know, made me aware of like, you know, there's some things you need to invest in early on in order to be able to make it through things later on. Which was a really neat process of this game. And for the run being only 3.5 hours, to route it for almost a whole month before I was able to get an actual run out was quite a long time in my experience. Yeah, HGH, yeah. The first few runs I did were ugly. The first run I ever did of this game was right at 7 hours. And the very next one, once we figured out just how good Taika was 4.5. And then from there, it was just shaving, you know, little bits of time at a time, new strats, trying things out, what have you. And having Snowcastle tell me ways that I could skip levels of their game, that was also helpful, so I appreciate that. Alrighty, let's, who has talent still? Nart. Okay, excellent. So Nart needs armor and resilience. We're going to warp so that we can get some more healing potions. Sharon is not a super hard boss, but if you don't 2-cycle him, then he will make you pay. It's really greedy, the strategy that I use. So I want to make sure that I'm at least prepared with some healing items for worst case scenario. Because it is a marathon after all, right? Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome everybody. Hopefully you had a great stream. Alrighty, and Taika needs to be in this form. Everything else looks fine. Cinder, everybody, how are you guys? Good to have you. So this guy right here, he's a Titan. And you know who else is a Titan? The Hollow Knight. So if you guys are interested in seeing that, feel free to donate. There's two outside of the Hollow Knight, this guy and another that we will fight, and they have a very unique, or at least these two do, have a very unique, what's the word I'm looking for? There's something that they do. It's like a contingency, like you can't do any damage to this guy until you've eliminated his heads. And then you have a short period of time to do as much damage as you can when his head has been knocked down. So you'll see that here in a second. But I want to make sure that I get everything set up on these first 2 minutes. Good spot. That should be excellent. Now I need Taika to cast this Elemental Absorb on everybody so that when he gets up from being knocked down, he does not kill me with his super strong fire breath.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
It just reminded me of a wonderful song from like September.
Wait, what song was it? Oh, yeah. In the 90s? Ooh, I don't know. Might be older than that. Oh, no, it's probably 90s. Probably right.
2000.
Dang, it really wants aim dead. That's hilarious. Full bite. Just to get her out. So having Eamon stunned there was really annoying. Oh wow. Okay, that's okay. Because Eamon is our pretty much our damage carry at this point in the run until we can get Taika moving. And it's important for Eamon to get turns in this fight especially. Okay, so now we need to prioritize haste and damage. So we need to put...
Let an orange sit on your counter too long, it turns into a titan.
Yeah, basically. That's a lot of what he looks like. In the trailer, actually, for this game when it was Kickstarter, Sharon was in there, and it's funny to see in that capacity, because I'm like, nah, man, he's weak. He doesn't scare me. Oh, no. Oh, Nart's gonna die again. I forgot about that. Oh, well. Sorry, buddy. Oh, wait, I actually can't do that. We'll see what we can do here. So in this period, we actually can't do any damage. So what we need to do is just pass turns and... no! Oh well. We need Nart, or we need full bond by the time we move past this fight to do the fight that's immediately after it. So I need Taika and Nart to take some quality turns. But in the meantime, I was able to debuff with Eamon, which allows us to do a little bit more range damage over here to one of his arms. Which is nice. We'll do it like this. Let him orange sit on the counter. Yeah, I don't know what kind of oranges you're eating, man. Yeah, Titanic oranges, no doubt. The best kind. I mean, are there any other kinds? Oh, a crit. Oh, praise. Well done. Well done. Oh, is Eamon stunned? Oh, that's bad. Oh, jeez. Wow, dead turns. This is not excellent. Oh, thank goodness we killed him even without aiming. Oh, that was, I'm not gonna lie, we were probably gonna have to redo that one. Oh, thank goodness. We got really unlucky with the stuns there, but my goodness, we pulled it out right there. That's surprising. I don't want to say that it's surprising, but it is a little surprising. So we're gonna go right back in. We're gonna save. We're gonna warp. This next fight is the next Barnacle in the game, and he is actually he's quite a monster. And we're gonna make sure that we're properly equipped to deal with them first. Whew. Have you seen my counter? It's full of titans and sushi. My goodness. You must have a lot of kitchen space. Alright, so right over here, we're going to go deal with the barnacle. We're going to fight him by himself, as opposed to how we did the other one, which is we fought him with as many enemies as possible. We really can't afford to tick this guy off any more than he already is. He's a mean little guy. Alright, let's see what we got. We're probably gonna need to do resilience. Yeah, it's gonna be best, I imagine. Alright. Alright, cool. So we got turns first. That's important. And we want to see Barnacle's challenge come out from the Barnacle when he takes his turns. So Firestorm is bad. He's being very unagreeable, to say the least. Now if somebody does die. Oh, nice, a challenge, thank goodness. It'll probably be Eamon because he's got mad DOT stats on him.
The Barnacle's challenge do?
The Barnacle's challenge, yeah. The Barnacle's challenge is is just an added debuff, basically. It just increases the damage. That's not awful. We don't want to ever die there because it lessens the amount of the EXP whoever died is going to get, but that wasn't actually that bad. We should be fine moving through at this next little section that we gotta do here. But yeah, the Barnacle's challenge is whenever you attack the Barnacle, it'll put a debuff. Oh, where am I going? It'll put a debuff on you, and Barnacle's challenge is just adding one of those debuffs without him having to be attacked. It basically, like, we got a limited amount of time to kill the Barnacle before we stacked up enough debuffs that it's going to kill us. And Barnacle's challenge is basically a free turn, because we're not going to have enough turns for that challenge to end up killing us by itself, like we would have already gotten to that point. They're super risky fights. Yeah, it's they're neat, but they exist solely for like massive amounts of EXP, which is appreciated. Ginger white sauce made with blood orange and honey. I have not. You know, I pretty much, you know, most people who know me know that I live on pretty much just pizza rolls, nicotine, and caffeine. I'm a pretty boring guy when it comes to my food spectrum, that's for sure. That's an original creation. Well, then definitely not. No, we want to have Nart. Want to talent them out.
Well, hero number 9, we'll definitely take you up on catering when we have the Valkyrie home event, whenever that is.
Yeah, in-house catering. That sounds amazing. Thank you so much for volunteering. That's so sweet of you. Alright, so here we're going to do a little grind section. It's really quick, and we need it to, in order to be able to fight this next boss. And this is going to set us up for 2 bosses, actually, we're going to have to fight. But now that we have Taika and he's starting to get his bearings, they're actually real simple, real easy, quite quick, not a whole lot of risk to them. So, about as nice as you can ask for a grinding section, that's for sure. All you can eat sushi. Oh yeah, I love sushi. I'm just too lazy to prepare them. But you're absolutely right. If you guys are attending Limit Break, which is, you know, part of the reason this magnificent event is being put on in the first place, there is an all you can eat sushi place that I live at while I'm there. So I will definitely be taking part in that again, no doubt. There it is.
Yeah, as Palmer mentioned, RPGs We Love is a marathon that's running this entire week. Started on Sunday, we're running all the way to Saturday to showcase various beloved RPGs and really awesome people. The money we raise will be going to paying the Valkyries to attend RPG Limit Break in May, and that money will cover hotel, repairs, rentals. Actually, 2 of our Valkyries, Silverfire and Sparklever, are going to be running Dragon Warrior and Laser at RPG Limit Break. So, thank you for helping us get them to the event. And you're also going to be able to see Palmer against the event running this game, so you saw it here first.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. This is where the groundwork was laid. So, what's nice about this grind spot in particular is the fact that we can bounce back and forth for a full heal, reset the enemies, which are very easy to fight, and do that a few times until we get level 10. And then we have a new route that towards, you know, the deep grinding for the times I could possibly get. There's a new route called the Mushy route, where there's a boss we fight that gives us a bunch of levels, but you should not fight him this early. He's definitely not intended for that to happen. He's optional, but he gives a ton of EXP. And we're gonna fight him because it helps us to save time later on, really important. And if we die, you know, we'll just fight him again because we can save things. But it's probably, I would say, a 70-30 that we win. We don't usually die, which means that we probably will. Now that I've said that, it's probably cursed it, but yeah.
Hard bargain. You also said we will, so it's like.
Yeah, I don't know, man. We're just gonna see what happens. That's where we play it by ear at this point. Yeah, and HGH, I totally agree. The loads in this game are crazy fast. For being a game that's like this visually demanding, like it's got good graphics. I've played games on new gen consoles that are way uglier and load way slower. So for speedrunning purposes, especially, it's a treat. There's hardly any screens you sit on long enough in order to see the actual like art. Usually it's like a quick blur. Okay, so that's as good as it's gonna get, and they're on level 2 bond. That's what's important here. Alright, excellent. So the two people that are most important here are going to be Ive and Taika. Taika's ability Curse that we just learned right there is everything. It's the reason that this run is what it is. So we cannot miss it. We will be utilizing it a little bit later on, not necessarily right away, but it is super important in the grand scheme of the run. So here we're just going to be running past stuff if we can, and then taking the account. We're going to go fight Mushriga really fast, and hopefully he's very agreeable and he doesn't bother us too much. But you know, it's really a toss-up. Sometimes he acts better than others, kind of like my 5-year-old. You can really never tell what kind of day it's going to be.
Working with 5-year-olds, 4-year-olds, and 3-year-olds all day long, every day for the past 6 years, I definitely know how that feels.
You can relate. I'm glad. Alright, so she needs to be in punch mode. Needs to be in archery. Oh, we're just gonna wing it like this. So this is Mushriga. He has a neat little thing about him where he will okay, there he is. He will spawn spores, and we want those spores to die because they're both good and bad. It's really hard to say. Firstly, the more enemies we kill in this fight, the more EXP we're gonna get. However, it makes the fight a lot more difficult. That's for sure. So we're gonna gouge him. He's immune to bleed, but it still does a lot of damage. It does more than a traditional stab at this point. And then we're going to have.
You know how you can get these spores to go away. Good joke. Are you ready?
Yeah, absolutely.
You spore me. I thought you would be a fun guy.
Oh, jeez. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what I was expecting, but that was a doozy.
Thanks.
Ooh, nice. So, first aid yourself. This is the big turn. As long as we can get a bond off with Taika without being confused. Because he can confuse Taika, and if he does, you pretty much lose. Oof. the Dog King. Oh, hail. He's so good, dude. He's so... It's ridiculous. We'll just continue, I guess. Oh, no! I'm confused. Oh, no, he didn't. Alright, bro. Wow, that was actually a super clean Mashriga. And we are all almost at level 12 already. So you can see just how much experience points you get. It's ridiculous. It's about as much as the last Barnacle, to be honest. And the grind was really clean. Mushy was super fast, so we are probably actually going to save time on this split, which is going to be nice. Due to the soft lock putting us a little bit behind earlier by about 10 minutes, we're currently only about on schedule to beat my estimate by 50 minutes. What a shame. But we'll see what I can manage to screw up. Don't doubt me, guys. So, funny enough, frantically writing down pun. Snowcastle's stealing your content.
Oh dear. There's no telling where he's gonna go with that.
Oh jeez. You guys should really just have like a brainstorming session one of these days. They're all about their puns. Frantically writing down. You guys crack me up. Why did the Scarecrow win the Nobel Prize? I'm afraid to ask, but please tell me. Because he was outstanding in his field. Oh, man.
Thanks.
The fact that she's laughing at it as hard as she is really means just how bad a pun it was.
Yep. I like the corny ones.
Oh, corny. I see what you did there because it's a Scarecrow. Yep. It was pretty good. There's not much room for improvement. Snowcastle. Don't encourage them, please.
Oh, cute. That was a good one.
Yeah, that is pretty clever, actually. Now you guys got me enjoying them, which is something I promised myself would never happen. Alright, so here we're going to fight Adarin, who's the boss of this area, and a pain. She is rough. We used to grind all the way to level 12 without fighting Mushy to do it, and it took a while, but now we're going to do it the old-fashioned way of just trying to beat her up real good. Armor is probably going to be ideal. And the reason I'm putting these tiles all at the bottom is because later on, I'm going to want to utilize some of that top space for specific orders of things. He's going to need a lot of armor. Smoke screen. So is she. Eek. Okay, cool. Now we need to put them in very specific stances, and it's probably going to work actually. How many items we have? Oh, we should be fine. Should be fine. And so Adarin, funny story, so in Earthlock Festival of Magic, the game that came out before this was remastered into this format, as soon as you beat Gob King, you had to fight Adarin with her own Storm Dog. Fortunately, we don't have to do that anymore. It was removed from the game because, man, that would have been rough. So we're going to try to get a high stack curse off. Now, what I do with Nart is you'll see me casting those... You see me casting those magic buffs, and the reason that I do that is because the magic buffs in this game actually stack multiplicatively. So it starts at 0.37, and then it works its way down to, oh nice. It works its way down like 0.31, 0.27, 0.24, things like that. But it adds, you know, it keeps scaling up, which is important, because we will be, please stop. We will be pretty much just sitting with Nart and spamming as many magic focus stacks as we can in the hopes of getting Taika to have as many buffs as possible with every single one of his turns. It looks like we gotta forfeit that now though. We gotta start healing. Now Nart, it's unfortunate because Nart can either be in healing stance or he can be in buffing stance. He can't really do both. So now we have Ive kind of being a pseudo healer, pseudo damage. Oh man. I think we'll probably go this route. And again, we want to keep Taika up at all costs, but Nart getting stunned is definitely a real pain. What we're gonna do here is, I guess we'll rest. We want to keep Taika and Nart alive so that their bond can be used. But there are times when she decides she wants to do AoE, and they are painful. There's not a whole lot you can do about them, unfortunately. Well, maybe should have been. Okay, single out is good. It means that she's just going to focus whatever target is next. Awesome. What are the odds of Nart dies here? We're gonna risk it. We're gonna throw a curse on her. Keep Nart up. We made it. So you just got to get Nart to where he has another stack of bonds, so you can start popping regen, which is an AoE, you know, it's like regen in any game. And you can actually put it on twice. For 3 turns, you're going to get HP back every turn. Super valuable, especially in this fight where she can do so much AoE damage. We want Gouge to stick. That's so troll, dude. You're gonna punch your own guy. That's messed up, man. Alright, Eamon, please live through this. Nice. Let's see what we can do with this. It's not over yet, unfortunately. A lot more healing items than I usually care to. Oh, perfect. Excellent. So we should be fine now. I think. Need a rest. Make sure that we'll try to land Gouge. Because we're blinded, it's got a pretty low likelihood that it's going to land. We're just going to keep Taika up. At this point, we just got to Taika as our win condition. Alright, perfect. That's excellent. There you go. Adarin is dead. And she is probably the hardest boss in the game. Up until, you know, that's probably it. She's probably the hardest boss in the entire game, just because we don't have the means to set up for certain fights, or for the fights in the first, you know, hour and a half, 2 hours of this game, like we do for the fights later on. Like I said, once we get Taika to a certain point, it's over. It gets disgusting. But up until now, we don't have the means to grind EXP efficiently and things like that, which we will have here pretty shortly. So you just got to try to muscle through what you can muscle through, which is a lot of the reason why you can do one run and have it be really a fast, super fast run, and then the very next run you do, it can be quite slow, just depending on how some of these early fights go. But we're doing all right. No complaints. Now we're going to, oh, I should switch him actually really quick. We're going to hope we see some beetles here, flying beetles. If we do, we can learn lightning. We want to learn lightning because it's strong in a couple of fights that we have to do a little. Oh, there they are. Perfect. Now we want Taika to have an early turn. Okay, that'll work. Cool. So we can learn lightning and run away. There's no risk. We're not going to worry about dying or anything like that. Which is a super neat mechanic that we can do that. It's fortunate that we don't have to fight those enemies. It's actually pretty impressive, you know, how much damage enemies in a new area can do to you. A lot of them are huge leaps in difficulty from the enemies in the previous area, so you really don't want to mess with random encounters unless you know exactly what you're getting into. And you definitely want to take as few as possible until you kind of get your bearings and figure out how, you know, just how difficult certain areas are. What got me into speedrunning? Well, it was kind of a collection of things. Naturally, like growing up, when I was young, my dad played a lot of video games with me. And, you know, so I liked video games from early on. Now, a few years ago, I watched Pewexel and Spike actually do Final Fantasy IX at GDQ, which was one of my favorite games. And then I watched Essentia do a segmented run of it, and just seeing all that really got me going, got me interested. And at first I tried to run Final Fantasy IX, and I was terrible at it. And it ate my hands up from the mashing, and then, you know, I didn't have 10 hours a day to be able to dedicate to getting any better. So I found other games, and one thing led to another. I've got a collection of games that I've taken a liking to and been a really big fan of. So I've been pretty fortunate to be accepted to such lovely marathons like this one, and Limit Break, and a ton of others that I've done, and it's been fun. I don't regret any of it. It's enjoyable.
We're happy to have such a lovely person. If you guys don't know, Palmer is a golden human being. We're really, really happy to have you in our marriage.
Thank you so much. I'm glad. FF9 is, yeah, it's one of my favorites as well. Legend of Dragoon and FF9 were the games that really shaped me as a kid. Me and my dad played both of them, and so like they hold a lot of sentimental value as far as that's concerned as well. So my dad still plays games even, except it's turned from me asking him for help to, you know, he asks me for help for everything. But it's nice to see. I'm always happy to help him out because, you know, not a lot of people his age are playing games or staying interested in them. You know, it wasn't really the time period for that kind of thing, so. Oh man, but here we have finally reached a calm point in the run. From this point forward, once you finish the 2 tournaments we're about to do, the run chills out. I mean, it gets way more fast-paced, but it's a lot easier. We've made it through the rough patch, which was up to Adarin. And now we're just kicking back and we're chilling. We're filling out some of the story, which I'll kind of fill you guys in on. So now we are in Suvia. This is the city that we came to, that we were wanting to travel to in the first place. Earlier when Eamon met Nart, Nart said, come to the House of the High Owl. It's where we catalog relics, and we, you know, keep artifacts and things like that. And we'll be able to pay you a much higher price for that artifact than some street merchant would. And if you come there, we'll give you that money, blah blah blah. I need to get there anyways, and I need somebody who's got some skills with fighting to be able to get me there. And along the way we meet Olia, who also works for the House of the High Owl, and basically they want to have this artifact, and you know, they treat them like it's basically like a museum or a library or what have you. And meanwhile, Adarin and her gang of thieves are also after the artifact, and there are some dark government people in Suvia after it as well that you're about to witness. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. The first, we have to go to my least favorite dungeon in the entire game, just because I don't really like the enemies in it. They're quite annoying. They're hard to kill. We'll be running away from every single fight in this next area. We don't want to mess with them. And if you kind of run a little bit of risk, if you take an encounter and don't get the first turn to be able to run away, because they can stun you and they can beat you up, and some of them are like super resistant to magic, so Taika's a little less useful. So it's a process for sure. And the puzzle here is a little bit hard to figure out your first go around, because you have to raise and lower the water levels. But once you have an idea for it, especially once you know exactly what chests and stuff you can skip, you can do it pretty quickly. Now if you're playing casually and you want to get every chest, you're gonna have to raise and lower the water a lot, because some of them are, you know, locked away on little tiny islands of scrap that you're gonna have to lower the water to get to, and then raise to then progress and whatnot. Have I ever thought about creating my own RPG? No, and the reason for that is I'm a really good instruction follower. Like, if you give me a set of instructions and say this is how you do it, I can usually do that thing. But as far as creativity is concerned, that's not necessarily my strong suit. So I'll let the people who have a knack for it, Snow Castles, other AAA developers, like all those kinds of people, I'll let them handle it. I just enjoy the playing. As much as I dislike this area, this dungeon, it's probably, it's definitely one of my favorite soundtracks in the game. I don't know why, but it's got a good vibe to it. Those guys that look like giant slugs, those are the ones that you really don't like. And then the little bird enemy, they're all bad. You know, just forget it. They're all bad. But we have to go through this dungeon because we have reason to believe certain people in the government are doing some shady deals, and we think that there's one of the ancient machine parts that Olia and the House of the High Owl think are very fundamental located here, and the only way to get to where they're located is to go through this back way, which happens to be through the sewers. Couldn't be an RPG game without sewers, you know? There's a lot of the games I speedrun have sewer elements to them. I think it's kind of a trope at this point.
Yeah, sewers are always awful.
Yeah, they really are.
But you know what's not awful is this amazing run.
Yeah, it's going all right. It is going decent.
You can see some more epic things for just the low price, $74. You can watch Palmer fight Hollow Knight, which is an optional super boss in Earthlock. So if you want to see that, and I'm sure it's pretty epic, definitely get your donations in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's worth. Dude, I'm getting so unlucky. So it's random when this thing is going to go down long enough for you to be able to make it past it. The reason I healed Taika is because I don't want to run the risk that we get killed by this encounter waiting for this thing to work. Sigh. I'm gonna try to make it past it. Yay! Whoa, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We're getting lucky with first turns though, so that's nice. Sometimes you sit here for a minute, sometimes you get it first try. As you can see, it's a marathon, so it would only make sense for it to go as poorly as possible. Yeah, exactly. Now usually what you can do is take an encounter right on top of it and wait for it to pass, but I baited out those other guys so that we could possibly make it through. I think that you can actually lower or raise water level, oh my god, at some point in order to be able to make this a little bit more consistent, but it would require you to traverse the sewers in a way that we don't really want. That was my chance. I wasn't close enough. Alright, so this is my plan for it. We're going to stand next to this, take this encounter, and immediately beeline it. There we go. Huzzah! We did it. Praise. So as you can see, sometimes it goes down further, or it stays down longer than other times. I don't know what exactly controls it or why, but usually it's a little bit more agreeable than that, so it's okay. From that point forward, that's really the only pain in this dungeon, the only iffy part. The next part is totally skill-based, and I'm just bad at it, so we can't blame that on anything other than inability to execute. But what we're coming up on is an area where it's basically a tournament, and you make it through the rounds of the tournament fighting certain enemies. Now we're going to do 2 tournaments, one in Zaber and one in Suvia, and we're going to do each of them a couple of times. 2 in Zaber and 3 in Suvia. And the reason for that is you get a ton of EXP and gold and things like that. So it's really important. But you'll see these enemies that I can't stand in that tournament as well. We have to fight them a couple of times. It's a pain. Those little fish guys are really annoying. Hey, we made it first try. Alright, so see, it paid for itself.
Something about those fish guys. Fishy.
Yeah, it's fishy to say the least. I don't know, I get like a Bioshock vibe from these guys and I dislike it. Makes me nervous. We're gonna raise the water. Unfortunately, there's an area of mist up here that you can't cheese your way past like we did with the last one. You actually have to raise the water level. But it's okay, because the 2 levers are right there. It's not a big deal. First try hype. Yeah, first try to pay for the 20th try previous one. I think it balances out. Quick math. Run, tuna-ing. Oh, goodness. First I was like, what word is that? I couldn't even, and then I realized it was a pun. And I was like, oh, see, that's why I didn't understand it. Because it's not a real word. It's a pun. Which is sometimes even better. So here, we will be picking up the Princess Ives skin. Now, well, whether or not we use it is going to be up to you guys. That is one of the donation incentives, along with the Hollow Knight. So please, if you're interested, or I'm sorry, we'll get the frog skin here. So please, if you're interested, feel free to donate. It's for a good cause, and you can see some things you probably wouldn't see otherwise. A lot of people don't even know this frog skin is here. It's just in one of these random boxes.
Yeah, and we're at $5.94 out of 100 for that.
Ooh.
So if you want to see some frogs, definitely get your money in.
Now there's actually a you can clip right here. It's like one of the only clip as far as I know in the game, and it saves a small amount of time, not any real time, but maybe 10 seconds. And if you don't get it, it's not the end of the world. There we go. We got the frog skin. But there's this moving elevator that goes back and forth, and you hop on it, or a moving I don't even know what you would call that, a lift that goes from side to side. And you can actually clip off of it to the ground below as opposed to having to ride it all the way to its destination. See if we can get it. Oh, not quite, not quite. We'll try it again. It's worth showing because it's neat. Usually I do it on aiming though. Sometimes you can get it. Oh, boo. Alright, we'll just ride it the next time. But like I said, it's kind of arbitrary. It saves 10 seconds, and if you don't get it, you don't really gain or lose anything. There we go. Hey, we did it. Nice. So you just fall to the ground as opposed to having to ride that shuttle all the way to the other side. But if you do miss it, you then lose time. So it's like, you know, it's kind of up to you. I always do it for the style, and you know, style is always worth it. So here we're going to find one of the other ancient machine parts, and we're going to use these parts to reassemble basically like an ancient robot, essentially. And he has knowledge of like the Valyrian era. I think that's how you say it. And that's the long since past era of the very strong ancient beings that used their war was the product of why the Earth got stuck in place in the first place and is no longer rotating. And they think the information that he'll have at his disposal and be able to bestow upon you will be worth finding all these parts and piecing them back together. Now, as far as how it affects the run is Pat is actually low-key trash. He's not good. He's really useful for running around on the world map because he runs fast, but outside of that, man, he is just hard to make work. It also doesn't help that we get him in a spot so late in the game that we've already invested, you know, a lot of EXP in everyone else. So you would have to basically catch him up with everybody else, and it's just not worth it. So now we are going to start the Zaber grind. We're going to do 2 rounds of the Zaber grind. Each one is pretty quick. And it gets us a good amount of levels early on, as well as a couple of talents that we'll need. I can't remember if you get quick rest from Zaber or Suvia. Either way, it's worth its weight in gold. Those talents, we will be using them for the final boss and all that kind of stuff in between. So you can't not do it. Also, yeah, you have to do at least 1 round of each tournament for story-based reasons, and we'll just be utilizing them a little bit more for EXP grinds. It's way more effective to do the grinds through the tournaments as opposed to having to do them with just fighting random encounters, because every encounter in the grind sections are fixed. They're always going to be the same in the same order. So as long as we know that, we know for sure that, you know, the best way to deal with them, and we don't have to run the risk of, like, you know, some enemies being, you know, worse or easier than others, like we would otherwise. Okay, so what do we want to do here? I guess we'll give her might. I can use magic always. And we want to put her in this stance. Alright, let's do it. Now, you can't change your talents or anything like that once you've actually started the grind, once you've started the tournament. And if you make it through every single round, you get an by fighting every enemy in the game, or every enemy in each round all in one fight, like in one collective group, then you get an EXP bonus at the end. So we're going to do that as well. So you'll see me shout with Olia to attract all their attention, and then we just mow them down. Oh, darn it. So he is in the wrong stance. But Quake is super good for this section. It's mandatory, I would say. And the reason for that is you can see that 2 of these enemies are stunned. So the fewer turns that the enemy takes, not that we're really at risk of dying at any point, but it's ideal that, you know, for speed purposes, that we go faster by keeping, you know, as many turns as possible out of the hands of the enemies. It's actually a really, really good fight. And any of the enemies that aren't stunned, we're just going to pick off with the others, so that way we're not losing guys. As you can see, Taika rips apart things. It's not even funny. It's ugly what Taika can do. And later on, Taika's curse ability is primarily what we'll be using, especially on the boss fights. And it's pretty nasty. Ooh, what do I want to do here? I guess we'll do this first. So Curse is an ability that, as you saw me use in Adarin, it applies 4 DOTs. Oh, nice. And those DOTs each represent like their own damage, right? So the damage in this game caps out at 9999. Well, Curse, instead of being 1 hit of damage, is 1 for each of those DOTs. So you have the potential to do 40,000 damage as opposed to 10. I don't know if Snowcastle intended it for it to be as strong as it is, I guess is a good way to say it. Because it definitely feels like something that is a little bit out of control. And we'll be, like, once we get through the 2 grind sections, you know, you're just gonna have to wait and see. We beat some bosses in like a matter of seconds. There's one boss, the Sentient Train, we'll fight a little bit later on, that we can beat in like 20 seconds. It's pretty ugly. But I do love it, and as a result, Taika is the king of the run. Everything about this run is just what can you do to help Taika live through the fight, or to have Taika take another turn, or to he is everything, which is it's neat. It's neat. I like strategies that involve, you know, one character being just this absolute powerhouse monster. Because we don't need Spuds here, we can actually use this.
He's a Titan everything.
Oh man, just when I'm like, I can't be surprised. Surprise. So if Nart doesn't get full bond here, okay, he did. Excellent. Perfect. That works out excellent. This run is beautiful. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. This it's such a pretty game with excellent music and a lot going for it. And I really, I'm trying my best to submit it to as much as I can, and hope that people can at least lay their eyes on the game, because it's a game that's worth playing, absolutely. So I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. It really means a lot.
Yeah, I'd never heard of Earthlock before submitted it to our marathon, so I'm really glad that I get to see the run in action live. It's really cool.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure having you. You and Vanny both, man. I had some grade A talent. Do appreciate it.
I just feel like I'm over here just enjoying the run. It's a pretty good run.
Yeah, thankfully, once we make it past Adderin, it's not, I don't have to worry about a whole lot. Whereas in like games like Nino Kuni and such, you gotta worry a little bit, pretty much always. And only even more as the run progresses. Whereas in this one, it gets easier the further you go, which is nice that all the difficulties front-loaded like that.
That's pretty cool. It's always nice to have a run like that.
Yeah, all your resets are early, if they're gonna happen at all. So that's ideal. Okie dokie. So that's the first. We're gonna do that everything you just saw me do, we're gonna do it one more time. But we're gonna do it a little bit differently. We need Taika and Eamon to be together. And the reason for that is that they get a bond benefit from being linked with one another that's absolutely imperative for the final boss of the game. I don't want to and it's super important for surviving some DOTs later on and such. So that's what we're going to do. Tripwire. Now we do need to switch a couple of these. We need Earthmaster. Oh, oops. Yikes, we're gonna have to get rid of we'll get rid of that one. That's fine. Alright, neat. Let's go. We're ready to rock. Always been enamored with the game. Well, I'm glad, man. I'm glad that people out there that played the game and liked it and continue to do so. It's always nice to see. And anytime somebody hits me up on Twitter about like they've started playing it, since I started running it, I think like everybody in my chat now has gone out and got a copy. So it's nice to see that people are hopping on the Earthlock train, because it's a cool game. And if you liked turn-based RPGs when you were younger, they did an excellent job of like maintaining that era, that late 90s JRPG feel, while making it modern at the same time, which sounds to me like that's something that just sounds like an absolute chore to be able to get right, and I think they did a great job. And in fact, Snowcastle can correct me if I'm wrong. I think they're probably still in chat. They're currently working on Earthlock 2, and its eventual plan is to be a 3-part trilogy. So every time that I talk to them about it, I tell them to just make sure that Taika's in it, and if he's not, we're gonna riot.
That's really cool, a 3-part trilogy game.
Yeah, and I read an article or an interview that they had done that said that this game was like, we're just taking a lot of what we liked when we played games and trying to make something of that, whereas Earthlock 2 is going to have to be something that it's going to be them, unique and something that they're going to have to develop based on experience, and it's going to have to be a new project, so it's going to work a little different, or it's going to be different as far as the creation process. So I'm interested to see what they come up with, regardless of how long I gotta wait. But yeah, again, Snowcastle, Taika, don't do my boy dirty. Even if I'll allow like he's in a cutscene or something. I'll take that. It doesn't have to be playable. I don't want to be unreasonable. But he's just such a dope character. Need to get rid of this guy. Oh, nice. That was favorable. So the reason I switched them around is to level up Bond, as well as to I want to be able to utilize a healing special through Bond as well as a damage one. And the way that I had it split, otherwise, I wasn't going to be able to get a really good heal special and a really good damage one. Whereas now we will be. So, you know, it works a couple of different ways, but there's so many tiny skill attributes and talents and things like that that add up to a lot at the end of the run. And right there, if I don't switch them at that exact moment, I don't want to say the run dies, but you are set. Like, it's a reset in anything that's not a marathon, because you get set back pretty far. You need a certain amount of time to develop bond with each other. There's not very many places to do it where it's super easy and advantageous to do so. And I played around with a lot when I was routing this game and doing runs and figuring out what it worked. As far as you know, when was the best time to do certain things. It's crazy to see how much this game snowballs. Depending on how you play your early game, it will gravely affect your late. It's pretty neat. It's nice to know that, like, investments you make into your characters and things like that, they don't, you know, they mean something. Because I've played a lot of games and done a lot of speed runs where it's like, just throw this wherever and, you know, level up, whatever. It doesn't really matter. And this is not one of them, fortunately enough. Okie dokie. So now that they have both, what's going on, Nooser? How are you, man? Sorry I missed you. But now that, all their bond is charged, we're going to go ahead and this fight. We just need to have Taika full charge before this next fight, so that we can kill this plant encounter in one go, because otherwise they're pretty ugly. I use my specials at certain points in both the grinds and certain fights, because it's very important to not have to deal with some fights. They suck. There you go. That's why we one-shot that one. We pick up the Sweet Dreams item right there to sleep these two people in the final round. And the reason I do that is because you can actually kill them before they wake up, and you get an EXP bonus for not having taken any damage at any point. So that's super helpful as well. Do that, then we'll start buffing. And now, if you do an elemental lance, like one of the elemental fire, thunder, things like that, from Ive, it won't wake them up. So you'll notice that I'm shooting them still with Ive, but I'm passing my turn with Aemon. The Spuds will wake them up, and we definitely don't want that. Then we don't get the EXP bonus.
We want all that EXP.
Yeah, oh man. EXP and... Oh, thing and missed. That's lucky. Yeah, EXP in this game is huge. It's everything. You really can't afford to miss any, because we already cut it close, and my next improvement to the route, theory-wise, would be to skip, you know, in the next section that I do 3 rounds, and to cut a round out and put us 2 levels lower than the cap by the end of the game. And it's so dangerous. You never really know whether or not you're gonna be able to finish, because some fights come down to the wire, and just that little bit of extra damage or EXP or what have you is the difference maker. So here we're gonna go die, actually. So Ichibo and Bryn are the 2 bad guys. Ichibo is actually the guy that you'll see with the top hat or whatever he's wearing. I don't know what you would call it. But he works for the Suvian Air Force, same as Ive and her father. And he has gone rogue, I guess you could say. He's turned into a bad guy. He's not a cool guy anymore. He, this whole time, was like basically hiring the mercenaries, Adarin and their gang, to acquire this artifact, and now he's finally come out of the shadows and owned up to his plot of being evil all along. And he broke this one guy, Bryn, out of jail, and he used magic to make him even crazier than he is. And you're gonna see him do a move right here that it literally just kills you in one turn. You can't win this fight. So the best thing to do is to just pass your turns as quickly as possible until you get devastated. Reduces you to 2 HP. 2 HP max. Not even like you can heal out of it. You only have 2 health, and then he just punches you and you die. And he gets the artifact all along. We jumped through a lot of hoops for him to just kill us, you know? You could have just done that earlier. But we get heal, which is very important. Now this guy. I need this guy. Come on, buddy. How many kisses of Bliss do we have? Oh, we only need 2. Alright, so. That'll work. We need those healing elixirs for far later in the game. We don't really need them now, but that's the only place you can get them as far as I'm aware, aside from growing them yourself. But the way that the farming of ammunition, and healing herbs and things like that work in this game is that once you get one plant, once you've watered it and taken care of it long enough, it gets to max level. So it yields more petals or spuds or what have you. And then eventually it will give you a seed where you can plant what would be the next tier of that plant. So you have to dedicate a lot of time to doing your gardening in order to get the plant all the way up strong enough to be able to give you elixirs. So we're just going to buy them. We actually don't farm at any other point for the rest of the game, which is a monumental, improvement to routes and stuff like that when you can cut that out. And the reason that we can is because in these 2 grinds that you saw me do, it limits what kind of ammunition you can use, and it gives you that ammunition. So you can only use plus spuds in this next fight, or in this next grind, for example, and it'll give you a set amount of ammo. Now you actually don't have to already have it. It'll give you it for that duration. So it's really, really nice. It basically it's a neat little trick. I'm not really sure it was all intentional, but it's definitely favorable for sure. So now we have Pat. This guy is super fast, as you can see. We're gonna use him to run around. But before we do anything else, we need to spec into some more talents. And one good thing about Pat is that he comes with a bunch of pretty decent talents. So we're gonna put the worst talents we have on him and take all his good ones. Agility.
Yoink!
Yeah, he gets jacked. He has some mites, he has some magics, and we need them all. Oh, actually, Taika needs energized. Yeah, we're gonna give him Master Help as well. I need to pay more attention to that when I do it next. Armor. Now, what I mentioned earlier. Oh, we also need to teach. I always forget this without fail. Here, okay. So, I mentioned earlier that the defensive tiles, resilience and armor, which is basically magic defense and physical, they also give you speed. So by becoming tankier, you also become faster. And it's very important that we make Nart as fast as possible while making Taika as slow as possible. And the reason for that is that Nart will take more turns to Taika's turns, so we can get more buff stacks on Taika. And it's kind of a neat trick, you don't normally want your best characters being as slow as possible, but if Nart can go 5 times before Taika goes once, Taika will be super buffed by the time he takes his turn, and that's what we prioritize here.
I'm thinking of lots of good puns, but I think I'm gonna save them.
No, you're oh, for limit break. Oh, okay, that's dang. You might want to start writing them down, cataloging those bad boys. Now I'm
aiming to have a few good ones.
Oh, dang it, dude. I was like, you know what? We lucked out. We didn't have to hear one. And I was like, she came through strong. Well done. That's good enough. So we need to have Taika and Eamon at his... and you know what? If Snowcastle is still in chat, I've actually heard a couple of people pronounce Eamon's name Amon, which would make total sense to me. So if they are listening, can you guys give me a pronunciation? I'm still going to call him Eamon because that's what I'm used to. And I'm a creature of habit. But I wouldn't be surprised if I've been calling him the wrong name this entire time. Okay, so we're gonna regen here. Get everybody topped up. We can actually cast regen twice, which is super nice in here. There we go. Got it. Got at least one stone. Nice. And I agree with Hero number 9. I totally agree. I think indie games as a whole are really on the come up. It's aim. God, I can't stand you guys sometimes, man. I knew you were gonna say something like that. That makes me so angry. Oh, good one. You know what? Forget I asked. All right. Oh man, that one got me. I don't know. That one got me good. You were saying it wrong. Oh, am I? Well, if I say it enough, and enough people hear me say it, it'll eventually turn into the right way to say it. That's my
That's true.
that's my process right now. You're using the correct pronunciation. There we go. See, I'll take it. I'm using more of those than I care to, but it's all right. We'll do armor. Oof. And we'll zip on by. Make sure everybody's in. That'll be better. What is this game? This game is Earthlock. It is an indie RPG created by Snowcastle. This actual version of the game came out in, I want to say that it was April 15th of 2018, somewhere around there. It is an awesome game. It is a great game, it really is. Tons of fun, very pretty. I definitely suggest if you're into turn-based RPGs that you give it a look. If I say it enough, it will become right.
Yeah, this is Earthlock. This is Professor Palmer running this awesome game. We have a couple of incentives that still aren't met for this game, actually. At the end of the game, there's an optional super mega boss. It's not just super, it's not just mega, it's a super mega boss. And you can fight Hollow Knight. Currently, it's at 26,500. And all of the money that we are gathering up is to help pay for some of the Valkyries to go to RPG Limit Break in May in Salt Lake City, Utah. And actually 2 of our Valkyries are in the marathon. They'll be running Dragon Warrior Randomizer, Silverfire, and Sparkover. We really appreciate all of the support and all of you wonderful people watching and listening, donating, and of course all of our wonderful runners and volunteers as well. So thank you so much everyone for being here.
Yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna wait. Salt Lake City, Utah, indeed. Yeah, it is. Limit Break is truly one of a kind. It was my first time going last year, and man, it was
a blast.
Oh, it was so much fun. It was so much fun. I knew, regardless of if I got a game in, I would be returning. That's how much fun it was. I would be going just to be there. If that's. But fortunately, I got this game in. So if you're enjoying this, you'll be able to see it again. Courage you can see.
Same game, same a wonderful runner, different place, different charity. Well, I guess we're not a charity. We do a charity event in fall in September, at the end of September, beginning of October. But yeah, we are really excited to be able to go back to Limit Break. We're super excited to have two of our wonderful runners in. Because Limit Break, if you don't know, supports a great charity, the National Alliance for Mental Illness. And I know that a lot of gamers feel very strongly about that topic.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. The collection of people you meet, it's crazy. It's like the only place I've ever been in my entire life where I can walk into the hotel breakfast area and be like, hey, who here's played this game, you know, XYZ, and everybody can raise their hand, and I'm like, my people, I'm here amongst my people. It's so nice.
Yeah, it's really great. It's lovely. I loved it last year. It's really looking forward to it again this year.
Yeah, I slept very few hours last year, and I regret none of it. It was an absolute treat. I just wanted to get as much of it as I could while I was there, and it just ended up being, oh my, look at this. Lady, I'm gonna need you to move.
She just wants the run to keep going longer.
Yeah, no doubt. Whatever, we'll work on talents until she decides to go somewhere else. She trolls a lot. She's a big troll. Based on where her positioning is in the room, can lose you a lot. Sometimes I'll be like, hurry, I'm on world record pace, and she'll be standing at the furthest corner, and I'm like, come on, dude, are you serious? Couldn't have done me at least 3 steps in the other direction.
Come on, I'm looking for something on the floor right here. I'll get out of your way.
Yeah.
Just one moment.
She just had to think really, really hard. I was like, well, you can think over there, please. I've never had her box me in like that, though. That's quite funny. Salt Lake City, Utah, one of the best. It is. I mean, yeah, the city is beautiful. And when I told everybody, yeah, I'm gonna be doing a marathon, playing games, they're like, oh, where? And I said, Salt Lake City. They're like, Salt Lake City? That's a weird place to do it. But then you go, and that time of year, and the weather is beautiful. Oh man, it is a treat. Eager to go back, that is for certain. I keep saving, because I don't want to soft lock, and I've never had a soft lock until today, but now I just don't want to risk it. But we will be moving on to the next grind. As soon as we finish this grind, everything goes 100 miles an hour. It's pretty wild. Let's see what we need to do here. Make sure we're not missing anything. No, good. We'll do, we did 2 rounds at the Saber grind, and we're gonna do 3 rounds here. This one gives you a lot more EXP, but granted, the fights are a little bit more difficult. Well, because the lady blocked us in, we were able to, I forgot to do abilities. Well, we were able to spec into our talents, so that's nice. So now, we have, oops, they both need to change stances. Now we have different ammo that we have access to, and because it's the higher up ammo, it's on a different menu, and I like to consolidate that menu by moving it, and I forgot to do that, so we're just gonna have to do that. Doesn't really, it's just for quality of life more than anything, but, yeah, so it's funny, you can only, in this harder grind, you can only use the plus ammunition, which is stronger than the ammo we had in the Saber grind. And, you know, initially, though, I thought, like, oh, if you don't go in with ammo, you're not going to be able to fight anything. But it turns out that they actually provide the ammo for you. Because I imagine it expects people would have more, and you don't. They didn't want you to be trapped in here and have no chance. But because of that, we're able to abuse it and completely cut the farming aspect out of the run, the gardening. much to my viewers' dismay, I'm sure. It's really relaxing just sitting there planting some plants. There's water and stuff. It's not bad. One thing that's funny is in the for the platinum trophy, you have to get all the different types of plants. So when I do route platinum percent or whatever, it's probably going to take a while. We'll need to do hers as well. Marathon strat save. Yeah, and this is fortunately saving in this game is very good. It's almost instantaneous. It's super nice. Because like Parasite Eve, another game that I run, saving in that game is not fast at all. It takes forever. So like even sometimes you're like, oh, I really should, but I don't want to. In this game, you don't have that internal turmoil.
What is the max number of enemies you can fight at one time?
You can fight 8 at once. So this is the max number. You can have like as many as is on the screen aggro you, but when you actually begin the fight, only 8 will be able to be in the battle.
So do the leftover monsters help you and...
Yeah, they'll be sitting there waiting for you to get out, and you can either initiate that fight or try to run away at that point before the fight actually begins. Oops. You know, the grind in this game is different than a lot of games that, like, first of all, I can't stand grinds. I hate RPGs that you grind in, like speedruns. It's just so stale to me, but in this, every single time we do a round, you have to do it a specific way, and you have to do it differently. Like this fight we're doing right now, we're going to do differently the next time we do it. And as far as like how reactionary the battles are as well, is enough for me to be like, okay, it's totally worth it, and I do enjoy this aspect of it. Some games, you grind, and you're like, oh my gosh, please stop. But this one is definitely not one of those, fortunately enough. Everybody, these guys are awful because they slow you, and they also become immune to, so whatever magic you cast for 3 turns, they're then immune to that magic. So you gotta like alternate between Taika's cast, and I accidentally cast the same one like a goober. So we are doing, or we took longer to do that than we probably should have. And this next one is when I will use my bonds with Taika and Naaman. Because this fight is super annoying. This is some of the enemies from the sewers, these little bird fish thing. I don't even know what they would be considered. We'll do an attack focus then. And you want to kill these little fish bird guys as well as this dwarf looking dude in the front, because he'll do that. He'll give everybody blue buffs, and that is never ideal. Now we gotta shoot through those fences. As soon as Eamon takes him to know, whenever that might be, way down the list. Yeah. He'll be able to one-shot everything, so we're just gonna wait for that. As long as he doesn't die. We gotta make sure that he doesn't die, otherwise he loses his bond, so we'll heal him with everything. Alright, cool. And then the next fight we can heal everybody up with Nart. Because Nart now has an ability called Heal that does like if it's used with Bond, it's just a max heal for everybody. It's super good. We can actually use it now. It's so good. And if you use it outside of Bond, it does 30% of their max HP. So depending on who you're using it on, it can heal quite a bit of HP. So that's the worst fight of the entire round for sure, but it also is the one that gives the most experience points. Parasite Eve, yeah, Ghost Eye. Parasite Eve is a game I've played for sure, one I'm fond of to an extent.
Solar Flare, thank you so much for the raid.
appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much for you doing We're actually moving quite quickly through these. The first round is obviously always they're super weak compared to when you know you do it 2 more times, you've gotten some levels and things like that. But these guys in the front are a real pain. Nice. Right. Oh, and one thing that's very important to mention that I have failed to mention until now. So when you do AoE in this game, let's say Taika is going. The way that it works is it'll say Taika is going to do 10,000 damage with this next ability. Well, that 10,000 is evenly split amongst the enemies. You don't do damage to each one individually. So the fewer enemies that are on the screen, the more each enemy is going to end up taking. So that, as well as just pure turn-to-turn ratio. It's very important to it's most important to get rid of an enemy as opposed to spread damage around and kill everything more fluidly. You're gonna want to prioritize actually just getting rid of an enemy. Even if he's only got 1 HP, you're gonna waste an attack on that 1 HP because it's so important. And it's the only I can't think of any other game where AoE is split evenly amongst all of the enemies that they've used on. Okay, we're gonna Ground Frost. Now Ground Frost is gonna keep the dude with the sword from being unable to attack. And we're going to curse the Goddess of Shells. She'll die from the curse. Oh man. So that's one. Curse lasts for 2 turns of the enemy. And you can see it did almost the entirety of his HP with just the. Oh, there he's dead. That's the power of Taika right there, and he's still got ways to go. Is there such thing as a buff limit? No, there's not. However, there's diminishing returns. So the first buff you cast does 37. It's actually 0.37, and the next one is like 0.31, and then 0.27, 0.24, 0.21, and so on and so on. So eventually, you're going to get very little for each added buff, but it's always going to give you something. It's never going to max out, which is important because there are some times that we'll have like 10 or 11 buffs on Taika and he'll do like a gajillion damage. It's ridiculous. Okay. He actually needs quick rest. And, oof, do I really want all these? Yeah, I do. So we're going to do this 2 more times, but each round is going to go progressively faster. We're actually going to save time in the split, it looks like. That first one, usually the first round is pretty, the first pass through it is pretty ugly. But that one went actually pretty well, despite how it may look. Everything kind of went as expected, which is nice. But if you want to plug any of the future runs or any stuff or anything, I'm sure you're more than welcome to right now. Let's see what we got. Oh, I forgot to equip lightning, which does help in certain fights. The big beetle, or not the beetles, but the well, I guess it kind of looks like a beetle, but the really huge beetle we fight, those guys are resistant to earth, so Quake is a little less useful, but we can make do. This is one of those games you just forget teeny tiny decisions and you immediately feel it. Oh man. These guys actually, oh man, 4 stuns, that's sick. Taika can just kill them all. So we're gonna pass everybody's turn all the way up to now you can see the damage is really starting to rack up. We're gonna stop at like halfway into 16, which is gonna be this round and another one, or this pass through the tournament and another. And then we're going to kill 2 more barnacles and some bosses along the way. And we should end at level 19. Maybe?
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. Sometimes it varies depending on sometimes it varies depending on a couple different things, depending on who died in what fights and things like that. Sometimes Eamon is usually the weaker one. He usually ends up at like, but he doesn't matter. From this point, after this grind, everybody is pretty much just there to feed Tyga. Pun intended. I tried. That was my best. That's the best I got. Now we can start worrying about these guys. They're much easier to kill. We want those guys in the front out of the way because they have a bad habit of not only slowing but putting a debuff on you that whenever you get healed, it's like zombie. So instead of it healing you, it does damage to you. And that's never excellent. Oh. Cool. So that was actually a really good fight. Sometimes those guys get a little ugly and unagreeable. The reason that we don't bond those is because this one is even worse. So by using Nart's heal on the enemy, it does damage because they're like undead. And then in this fight, we can use Eamon, so it makes that previous fight and this one just a little bit faster. It's better to do it this way. Oh, that was good. This gun is definitely going to save us time. I didn't know it existed until just yesterday when I was testing, doing a practice run. You get it so early. I don't know how I missed it, but it's part of the magic. Let's see what we got. Probably get rid of these guys first, actually. Nice. Yeah, it's more important to get rid of weak targets first, just based on. And these guys in the back die a lot more quickly, so we're going to use that. Okay, sure. If you want to talk incentives or any future. Oh, right now we got a
Sure
little bit
thing.
downtime.
So up next after this, we have Odin Sphere. I can't pronounce the character name, but it's a great run by Witch's Hex, then Shenmue 2, and then Final Fantasy IV Unprecedented Fright. For Shenmue 2, we have met the duck racing minigame incentive, which was $200, and now you can bet on, you can vote on which duck we bet on. Words, that was really hard to say. And then for Final Fantasy IV, you can name Cecil and Kain and vote on how we kill Zeromas with either the Dragoon Spear or the Moon Axe. And just a reminder to everyone watching, I hope that you are enjoying this run and you can make it a little bit longer and see something pretty cool and special. You donate to fight the Hollow Knight Super Boss, which is at $26 out of 100 right now. It's definitely big thanks to all of our runners and volunteers who are helping us out this week. This is RPGs We Love, and we're running all week with bunches more of wonderful runs by some more wonderful runners. And all the money we raise will be going towards paying the Valkyries to attend RPG Limit Break in May. The money will be going towards hotel, airfare, and other incidentals. And all of our channel revenue, such as subscriptions and bits, will be going to Take This, which is charity focused on alleviating the stigma and raising awareness of mental illness in the gaming community. So do know that we are sending our channel revenue there, but there are lots of really, really cool emotes that you can use that were made by our own Scala. So I hope that you're all enjoying those, and thanks everyone for being here.
Yeah, the emotes are pretty sweet. Scala also made the randomizer seed we just saw, correct?
Yes, she did, and I heard it was very special.
It was something, that's for sure. Oh, man, it was
so we can come to the conclusion that Scala only makes good things.
Yeah. Depending on who you ask, for sure. No, the seed was a treat to watch. It was, oh man, I was cracking up. The lobster part really did me in. I lost it. Good and evil, yeah, exactly. They can coexist. I do think so. But as you can see, I'm actually gonna pass this turn. We're chomping through these guys this round way faster than the last one. And this is the final round that we'll do, and we'll move on. You guys will get to see Taika in all his glory just start ripping up his heart. That's what he starts to do. We just had to get him to a certain level for us to be able to coast through the rest of the game. He's already really, really nasty, and you're gonna see it in his boss fight. Overtuned, I guess is a good word. He is out of control. And he's a cool looking guy. Like, everybody loves good dogs in their RPGs, you know, like Red 13 and stuff like that. Can't go wrong. Oh, that was weak. Literally. So Taika has the Earth Mastery on, which means that his Quake is doing increased damage. We make that at the very beginning of the game. And so usually if I have to use something that's not Curse, I'll favor Quake. And it will usually do more damage, but I wanted to be able to use it next for more damage on these four guys. But the fire was so weak that it didn't kill the other one, so it was kind of moot, but here we go. Oh man, that's a lot of stuns. Always good to see. The one problem with stunning these guys, though, is that you run the risk of them not coming out of their... Like, they gain resistance to elements. But looks like it. Nice. We're all level 16. And all our EXP is pretty even. So despite how some of the battles have gone up until this point, we're pretty leveled out, which is nice. I've had a couple of runs where one character like lags behind everybody else quite a bit, and it's hard to catch them back up. Man, we're chewing through stuff. It's nice. What's going on, Cinder? How are you doing this evening? Or this morning, I guess. It's morning for me, that's for sure. I'm gonna take a quick nap and go to work after this, so looking forward to that.
Thank you very much for running such a tight schedule.
Oh yeah, no, it's fine with me. These are my favorite hours to be awake. I just usually have to be responsible, but if given the opportunity to be irresponsible, you know I'm gonna take it. It's been a pleasure, and this is again Earthlock's first marathon, so it's a learning experience as well as a treat to be able to finally how to put it on display.
Speaking of taking a nap, I'm going to be signing out for now, but for the next hour or so until our next host jumps in, Yagamoth will be attending to your needs.
Oh, absolutely.
So, thank you very, very much for having me, and good luck on the rest of your run.
Hey, thanks so much. It's been a pleasure. Appreciate your time. Oh, oops, wrong. You can see how many buffs are on some of the slower characters like Eamon. So if Eamon had some kind of magical ability, he would do some ridiculous things. Unfortunately, he doesn't, so he just has to look pretty with all those crazy buffs, but it's alright. Man, is Taika stunned or something? Like, what is going on? so slow that they're their turn. Everybody's taking like 5 turns before them. Oh shoot! Can't have them die, that's for sure. Then we lose the XP. No, nobody wants that. There we go, finally. And it does almost 6,000 damage. Wild. Alright, so this is the final round, final grind. And that's when the craziness starts happening. So we're gonna get this settled, deal with these goobers really quick, and move on. Now, as far as the lore purposes, as why these things are taking place, I believe the story at this point is that, you know, they're just what they sound like. They're tournaments, and a measurement of skill, you know, and to show if you're a strong warrior, blah blah blah. They're supposed to be more fun than anything, but they are, you know, I believe wholeheartedly that Snowcastle put them in the game for the people who felt like they needed more EXP and wanted to grind and do things like that, that they could, and that this was kind of a streamlined way to do it, that is a little less difficult or a little less risky than, you know, just going out and fighting random encounters everywhere, because that can kind of get you into some trouble from time to time depending on what you happen to come across. So. Now, real quick, we are actually going to spec Taika at the very least into this, and we need lightning. She can have agility. Alright, cool. We're ready to rock. It's time to get ugly. It's time to start melting stuff. The first boss we're going to fight is Trimblebone, and the reason we have to fight these bosses that we're about to do, it's basically a stretch of bosses, a rush that we're going to do for a while, and we need to beat each one of them to gain access to a, each one has like an item, and we take it back to the High Owl, and she will craft it into these talents that we wear that will make us immune to Brand's Devastate, which was what you saw him use on me earlier, that reduced my entire party to 2 HP, and then he was able to one-shot us. So that's very important. Now, if there was some kind of way to abuse talents and mechanisms to where you would not have to require the talent to dodge the Devastate, I know I've played around with it in my mind. I don't really think of anything that you could possibly get away with it. But if there was, you could skip all of these bosses that I'm about to do. It would probably save like 40 minutes in the entire run. But so far, I've not been able to find anything, even with the theory crafting and the brainstorming that I've done this far. It's kind of difficult to figure out. You know, it's probably made to not be possible on purpose, but sometimes, you know, you can manage to figure out ways to cheese through things. So I'll keep on trying it out, but for now we get to fight these bosses, and it's my favorite part of the run, because these bosses are super fun to kill. They die really quick, and we get to really speed things up. Like I said, up until the grind, the Suvia area that we just finished, up until this point, it's been about 30 to 40% of the actual content in the game, and we're gonna go through the rest of that in like a fraction of that time. He needs to be in this. She needs to be in that. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So this is Trimblebone. He's an undead. You can actually heal him and do damage, but we're going to go the Taika Curse route because it's awesome. And he's immune to one of the 4 DOTs that Taika puts on him, but he still does a ton of damage. So. I think he's immune to bleed. Yeah. Okay, so one thing that you'll notice is I is now in instead of a damage roll, she's in more of a pseudo healer position, and the reason for that is simple. She's paired with Nart, and once they reach max bond, which is part of what we needed to do the grind for, she has the ability to, every time she casts first aid on someone to also give them haste. I think it's like a 20-25% chance, and that's really good. So you'll see me, even if somebody's full HP, trying to heal them to get that haste to pop. As well as it removes bleed. So first aid gets rid of the bleed effect, which a lot of these final bosses really like to use. But now we're going to do Frantis. So that was Trimblebone. That was one of the harder bosses in the game. And Taika's, of course, making like quick work. The next one, Franir, is in the desert, and he's a big dragon. So we're going to go mess him up really quick. He actually has a puzzly dungeon that you have to do first. But it's pretty quick. And thanks to Snowcastle giving me the idea about a certain way to do the Twisted Guardian, which is the dungeon right after, I was able to come up with a strategy that allows me to skip almost the entirety of the longest dungeon in the entire game. We don't do like any of it. We skip the whole thing now, which is neat because of the way that it works. So the amory that you pick up in the game to charge all the little amory receptacles, you can hold on to them and take them certain places. Sometimes though, depending on which dungeon it is, the amory will wear off after a certain period of time, but there are some where they don't. So we can actually carry all the colors that we need at one to make it to where we can use them to fill up another, basically. And that allows us to not have to go through the long puzzle to pick up those specific amory colors. Oops. But as you can see, Pat moves super quick. It's really nice to use him for mobility, even though he's not worth much else. He allows, just having that mobility difference, man, it saves a good deal of time. So I would say probably 10 minutes, since, you know, the devs had to tell me about that one as well. All you gotta do is be on him and press square like you do with everybody else's abilities, but I guess I just never tried that. And when they told me, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Really? You can just run faster? And sure enough, you can. It makes a big difference. As well as it makes it quite a bit easier to escape from encounters and things like that when you can juke them out a little bit harder. So we only need the amories to die here. So you're gonna see me. I did it right. You're gonna see me fight. Ooh, nice, we made it. The amory and then run away. And that's because as soon as the amory dies, it drops that respective color on the ground. And once that happens, we can just run away from the fight. And the other guys we don't want anything to do with. We don't need the EXP that they offer at this point. It's very little. And we're pretty set on EXP outside of things like the barnacles and such anyways. And we are going to go in here because it's one of the only chests in the game that give a magic tile. And as Taika levels up these last couple levels, we're really going to be able to utilize every inkling of magic we can get. Magic stat obviously being what contributes to Taika being so strong. So this is one of my favorite levels in the entire game. I love these stairs. They're neat. And another cool trick is you can actually just come right down here. Oops. And hit that save totem from the stairs. So later on when we do the Tower of Dur skip, it's just another small inkling of time save that we'll get. But we're going to save really quick just in case Franir is really ugly. We shouldn't have any issues, but it's a marathon, so why not?
Always good to be safe in marathons, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Yagmoth, how are you doing today, man? It's a pleasure to have you.
Great to see you. I'm doing quite fine. A little bit tired, but I will eventually get to bed, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Am I well audible?
Oh, yeah, you sound great to me.
Excellent. Well, if we could have a little bit of feedback from chat, that would be great too. And other than that, I've been actually here since quite a while. I've just been listening and like your explain.
I appreciate that, man, really. Audio sounds fine? Cool.
Nice, thank you.
Alright, so in this fight, we're going to just do what little damage we can with anybody. You can only attack him with ranged attacks, which is unfortunate. Oops, I put her in the wrong stance. But again, we just lean on Taika for most of it anyways. And we want Eamon to contribute something just to speed things up. But you'll see me trying to get haste to land on Taika. It's one of the byproducts of a max bond. Oh, haste on Nart is just as good actually, because it'll give him more turns to get stacks. Oh man, we got it on both of them. That's sweet. And we're gonna curse him again, and the second curse. Oh man, he slept Nart. That's a shame. So because Nart got put to sleep, because Nart got put to sleep, we lost our stats. So this fight's just gonna get a little bit slower, but it's alright. Not the end of the world. We just need Taika to use Quake instead. So this is why you, oh man, they all got put to sleep for the most part. That's funny. This is why it always helps to have Eamon do damage, even if it's just a tiny little bit. And that is good. Oh, we actually see. Man, my friend here in my PB must have been terrible. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I picked up the chest after, Yo, what's going on, Lena? How are you? I wonder if I picked up the chest after Trimble. We'll go check really fast. Doesn't hurt to check. But this next boss we're about to fight, Twisted Guardian, we're actually going to have to do some talent rearrangement for it. Now, he was the biggest roadblock after Adarin in the game. He was like a 20%. No, it might not have been that bad. It was pretty rough, though. Oh, you know what? We actually need this. He was quite a tricky guy because the fight was super inconsistent. He's super dangerous. He does an AoE ability. Once he'll DOT everybody, and once everybody has that DOT stuck on them, he'll do an AoE that pretty much just one-shots the entire team. And now I've come up with a strategy that kind of works around that, thankfully. I don't know if I picked up the treasure chest, and if I didn't, then we're not going to be able to craft the item we need. How are you doing today, Lena? It's a pleasure to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, I did. Okay, cool.
So I have a quick question.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
So there's a certain incentive, fight the Hollow Knight, the optional super mega boss as it is described.
Yes, sir.
Does that thing have anything to do with Hollow Knight, the game?
Aside from the name, which Snowcastle, the devs in chat, maybe they can provide some insight on that. But as far as, I mean, he looks like a knight without a body. He's just like floating armor, basically. And I think that that's probably where it came from. But you know, that's kind of like Hollow Knight, the game. And his armor is kind of reminiscent of it, so if they're still in chat, maybe they can get a more concise answer on that.
Alright, thank you for the information. And for that matter, anybody who is currently watching, this is the RPG Valkyries. RPGs we love marathon number 2. And all donations are going to be going to send the Valkyries, the RPG Valkyries, to RPG Limit. And currently we do have some donation incentives, such as finding that optional super mega boss. And that needs a little bit more, well actually, to be fair, a fair bit more in order to be met. So if any of you feel like needing a little bit of an incentive to meet that incentive, currently the optional super boss in this game here will be still available.
Yeah, it is a neat fight. It's definitely the hardest enemy in the game. I actually had to come up with like a, you know, its own unique strat for it, and that's what I was doing yesterday, but it's super fun. Yeah, and you'll never see it unless you, like, it takes a few things to, you have to fulfill a few prerequisites, and I've collected those along the way, so if it does happen to get mad at the very end, we should be able to do it without, not losing any time over the estimate, so, yeah, feel free to get those in, guys. It is for a good cause. Yeah, exactly. Donate and make my... And you know, I find that people donating to make my life miserable is really a... it's really something people can get behind. Limit Break last year really caused me a lot of issues, man. But it was awesome and totally worth it. So thank you guys. I do appreciate the donations. Here we have another barnacle. Oh, it stinks that Taika went first. And like just like the other two that we fought, it just exists solely for EXP. They give a ton of EXP. It's crazy. So, boop, everybody gets level 17. Oh, perfect. Eamon got 17 as well. I was actually worried that he wouldn't be 17 at this point because of all the stuff that we had failed to do previously. We had died at a couple different places. But looks like the EXP is working out, guys. We're in good shape. And now, so in here, the Tower of Dur, you would have to go and get a color from each of these rooms. The first and the third puzzle are quite long. Like, I'm talking probably 10 minutes to complete the whole thing. But we can actually just go back to Franir's lair and pick up the Amory for blue and take it there and just use it on that pedestal as opposed to having to actually do the entire puzzle, which is something that I had never really considered to try in the future or in the previously. Cool. So it speeds up a lot. And unfortunately, we get to skip probably the most wild of all the puzzles, but trust me, they are not speedy, to say in the least. But they're very well built. If you're a fan of puzzles, definitely don't do this. You're gonna want to see it. The ground falls out and all kinds of stuff. It's really neat. You get boxed in. You can't go certain places. It's a struggle. And thankfully, we don't have to deal with any of it. So right away, we're just gonna charge this Amory with the red and the blue. Now the yellow is actually in this room right here, and it's really quick, so we don't actually worry about going anywhere else to get it. We'll just do it as it's intended to do, you know, God forbid. We'll walk this guy out. Cool. Now I'm actually going to ride up and then ride all the way back down. Now if you save and then you ride up this now and then die and load, the pedestal won't be completed. You have to ride it up and then ride it back down to save, so that if you do happen to load again, you don't have to do the colors again. I don't know why it works that way, but it is an important difference. So you're losing a lot less time if you do happen to have to reload this fight. So we're gonna warp right here for the free HPs. Ah, you know what? I didn't even need it, to be honest. And we're going to change a few talents. So on resilience pursuit, we're going to put our speed talents on Eamon now. He needs to be at about 100 speed. Oh, you know what else? He needs this. There we go. Even though he's not going to use his blaster, that blaster that I did have on him gave speed down. So we'll put her at 96. Put him, you know, kind of close to 100 as well. And then they both need cloak. Now the reason I'm doing this is this next fight. Oh, she needs that stuff. The reason I'm doing this is in this next fight you have to cloak yourself so that you can't be targeted by the AoE. And you know, it's kind of hard to explain. Once you see it, you'll understand. But he'll do this lightning DOT, and he'll put it on each one of your 4 characters. And once all 4 of them have been DOT'd, he's going to use like this mega ability that really hurts. Yeah, it's going to be best. Oh man, this guy scares me. This guy scares me. It's way more consistent these days, but there's been runs that have been on an incredible pace, and then it's taken like 8 tries to beat this guy. Fortunately, this new strategy is pretty foolproof. But we'll see how it goes. Ooh, I should have cloaked with him. It's okay, we can cloak with her. So now that she's cloaked, she can't be shocking bolted, which is what he's doing right here. Which will allow us to dodge the... It'll allow us to dodge the huge AoE. Until he's able to stick it on everybody, he just sits here and he does melee attacks. Now, one thing is, though, that when his melee attack can uncloak you. So you gotta be kind of careful. Now, we did a lot of damage there. That was helpful, but... Ooh, that was a mistake. We're just gonna have to keep Taika up. Oh, okay, nice. He died. He died. Excellent. Wow. All right. That went way better than I thought. Yeah, so there's a couple of ways that you can, like, without doing it that way. There's a couple of ways that you can work around that fight. One of them is you can go and craft a bunch of Earth Mastery runes, which give you resistance to lightning so that everybody doesn't get one-shotted. But the amount of resources and stuff like that that you would have to come up with is pretty significant. So it's way faster to just do it this way now with the new cloaking strategy. Even the menuing that I do to get everybody speedier, you can actually just leave it on them. Eamon's not going to do a great deal of damage from this point forward, so we're just going to leave him how he is. Now this area has these little rune puzzles, but they're not so bad. You can actually they're always the same. They never change, so it's pretty quick. The one big thing in here that's kind of annoying is you have to fight a few encounters. You're forced, and some of them are kind of slow depending on whether or not lightning sticks. Some of them actually blow themselves up. It's really nice when that happens, but sometimes they can linger and they can cast like buffs on themselves so that they have magic and physical attack defense, and it makes it a little bit harder to kill, and they can just bleed time by drawing fights out longer. But hopefully we can get some really good fights here and then move on to the Sentient Train, which is probably the easiest boss in the entire game. It's not supposed to be, but he dies with like a single ability, because Taika really is that out of control. Good morning, Felly. Hopefully you're doing well today. How are you, my friend?
We have a bit of time. I read earlier that my voice could be a bit louder if we have the opportunity to do so.
Yes, sir. I just turned you up. So, chat, if does Yaga sound any better, or does he need to go up? Feel free to let me know.
Thank you very much. Good luck with this session, I guess.
Yeah, of course. Thanks so much, man. Sounds about the same. All right. Well, I can turn him up a tad more, if you guys would like. We'll see. It's better or worse. There you go. I cranked him up. Cranked him up good.
Alright, yeah, and I probably should be saying something, otherwise they can't have a comparison.
Yeah, hopefully that sounds better. That is much better. All right, excellent, excellent.
Alrighty, thank you very much.
Yeah, not a problem, man, not a problem. All right, so here we're going to be on Olia because we want to fight all these enemies at once. We're gonna speed up Nart in this fight because we want him to be able to cast buffs. Eamon's just gonna stab stuff. That's just what he does now. Now that Eamon's a little bit faster, he can kind of work as like an item slave. He'll just throw items and do a little chip damage where he can. But we actually got some decent procs on lightning here, so Taika's next turn is probably sealed this deal. Alright, Excellent. So that was a good fight. As we progress through these next few rooms, the enemies will increase in numbers, and they slow down a little bit. But that was a good start. Sometimes lightning doesn't stick at all, and they buff themselves, and you just get, or sometimes you don't even fight them all at once. So I mean, we don't really need to, because we don't really need the EXP, but it makes more sense to be able to do everything in one fell swoop. Help it. And again, casting First Aid with Ive is in hopes of actually landing haste more so than I actually use the healing properties that it provides. Come on. This game looks neat. It is very neat, man. I'm glad you think so. It is tons of fun. And the run is very fast-paced and enjoyable. So I have speedrun a lot of games, and this one is definitely probably number 1 or number 2 of the games that I know currently that I enjoy running. Fake Keishura. It's a conspiracy. We actually need all 8 enemies here, so if you guys could be a little bit more agreeable. Actually, you know what? Fight them a couple at a time. That's fine. We'll probably kill them in one pass, so yeah, sure. One thing I like about this game is you can see just how fast everything moves. You can start mashing abilities, and they come out so quick. So as long as you know what your next best move is, you can actually be, preparing yourself by mashing whatever that corresponding button is, and you can have turns that just fly back and forth. It's really neat to see, like the combat and stuff like that progress so quickly. One of the things that attracted me to the game initially. However, yeah, that's true. We will never know which one is real from this point forward. It'll always be 50-50. I guess if they just say, no, it's the real one, that would probably be good enough for me, to be honest. Oh, come on, dude. What are you doing over here? Thank you. Unsolved mysteries theme. I don't know if it's that serious. Unsolved mysteries. They'll get me going, man. I love true crime. Right. So that was the ugliest way you can go about doing that, but it's a marathon, so might as well make it simple. So now we will be moving on to the sentient train. Now, I asked Snowcastle about this in the past, and if it was Final Fantasy influenced. And I believe their answer was yes. Unfortunately, you can't suplex the train, but you really don't need to. I would actually even wager that what Taika can do to this train is cooler than suplexing the train, but that's just me. I know that suplexing the train is a big deal to a lot of people. I don't want to step on any toes. Casual clothesline? Imagine a casual clothesline. Like, reading that back to myself, it giving me a giggle. Right. So the only way we die to this is if he fires tons of rockets. As long as Taika lives, that's all that matters. Because Taika went first, we unfortunately couldn't kill him in one turn, but it is what it is. Oop, and there's the train. It really is that easy. So we're actually going to Three Stooges strats. Oh, the best strats, that really is. So now we're going to warp back to Plumpet for the heal. We're gonna touch this save stone because it's the fastest way to get back to Carbo when we need to after we beat Miran. But now we're in the icy area of the world, the Winter Wonderland. Seems like this game really tries to railroad you. Yeah, it's easy to get off track. I tried my best. I tried, guys. But now we're going to run past all these enemies. We're actually going to fight another Barnacle, which is why I went back and healed there. Usually I wouldn't, but I don't want to use all my healing elixirs because I'll probably need them for the final boss, which is coming up before too. You have to train yourself to see stuff like this, though. Oh, man. Where the train puns at? Come on, guys. Keep them coming. They're a hoot. But the Barnacle here is nasty, and even with Taika in his beefy form, he can sometimes still give us issue. So we might as well have full HP, doesn't hurt. And then from that we'll move on to to another dungeon, but we're closing in on the tail end of the content of the game. Conduct itself better and engineer funnier comments. That's a good one. You doubled up on that one. I liked it. Very cool beans. Alrighty. Come on, please be kind, Barnacle. Having Nart go first is always ideal. We want more stacks on oh, that's so much DOT, nice. We want more stacks on Eamon if possible. But the only person that actually really needs to live here is Taika. Oh, nice. Cool, so that was actually a really, really good fight. He chose to do Ice Storm first, and then he challenged. And a challenge is basically a free turn, so that was really nice. You basically only have 2 or 3 turns to kill him. Also if you're noticing an FPS drop, it always happens in this exact spot. So it's not you, it's not your stream. It is just that weird locale for some reason. Now, when this game was remastered to Earthlock as opposed to Earthlock Festival of Magic, there used to be a section right here to melt down these walls. You needed a certain fire spud ammunition on Eamon, and now you don't. So that was one of the things they got rid of, which would have been a pretty big roadblock in a speedrun. You would have had to farm the fire spuds all the way to like level 3, which is a lot. You would have been farming for like a good hour at the bare minimum. But fortunately, you don't have to do that anymore. Because it's like cutscene instanced like that, you can just bypass it. Because I don't have like any ammunition on me. But we can still move past it just as if we did, which is a really nice quality of life change. I don't know. You see, I'm almost certain that Snowcastle had speedrunning in mind at some point, because there are so many speedrun style things in here. The fact that text is instant, as well as you can turn up the speed up really, really high, is super nice. You can blow through text in this game. It's crazy. Yeah, it is funny, right? You do kind of like blaze past enemies. Alright, so this enemy is another Titan. So similar to Sharon that we fought in the Burning Desert, this is Naran. And he works the exact same way. You gotta take out his hands, and then you can kill his head. Now we can actually kill this one in one cycle. We just have to be smart about utilizing Taika's Amory. Now if we can get a haste on Taika, then it doesn't matter as much. It doesn't look like we can get that haste on, so. Oh, Taika got stunned. Well, that's a pain. The good thing is that he'll be stacked out of his mind on buffs by the time he wakes up from his stun. And we can't actually... We can't actually... I don't want to use his plus, but I also don't want to lose his buffs. We'll be alright. You don't want to defeat the hands before Taika has taken a turn, because then he will be unable to do all the damage that he needs to do. Alright, cool. I guess what we'll do is regen here. No, we'll blow through all of it. That would make the most sense. Alright, cool. We should be fine. Oops. Energize didn't proc. Good. Alright, cool. So we're losing time having to take this fight slow, but we can't afford to go into the head phase without being properly set up. Well, I've actually never seen him, that means we must have done a really poor job. Yikes, so I think we're probably dead here. We're probably gonna have to redo this fight. We'll see what happens. What is he doing? Come on, come out of this, bro. I'm sitting here waiting. Oh, there it is. Wow, so Cloak actually kept me safe from that. That's funny. Didn't expect that to happen. You might even be faster just to take the death at this point. Now that we've burned through all our enlisted. Let's see what we got. This is a crazy fight. But cool, we pulled it out, looks like. Phew! That was ugly. But we did it, and that's what's important. And we actually have so much money now that we can actually go re-up on items. And since it is a marathon, we probably should anyways. So now we gotta warp back to Suvia. Sorry about that, I had to pay more attention than I would have cared to. But we gotta warp back to Suvia to have the High Owl make these talents for us so that we can go and fight Ichibo and Bryn, which is gonna be next. Now Ichibo and Bryn are a pretty annoying fight. It's interesting because you can't use your bond in that fight, or you won't have it for the final boss. And at the same time, it's kind of a tricky fight. They can cast an immunity. Look at her all the way over here. They can cast an immunity on themselves, which makes you just have to sit there and rest your turns until it wears off. But the problem with that is that they can slow you, so you can just be sitting there for a really long time. Alright, so we need the list ages. Cool beans. We're ready to rock. Having to pay attention to your games feels bad. Yeah, I know, right? Sometimes I would just like to turn off, but you know, what are you gonna do? Oh, dude, we have so much money. Goodness gracious. How many lists do we have? 5. Oh, should be more than enough. Cool. We're ready to rock this then. So now that we have the list ages, we're gonna go warp back to Nunar Station, and we're going to go fight Ichibo and Bren, which is the second to last boss. So we are running out of time. There's probably only 20 minutes left, if that, left in the run. So if you guys want to get those incentives in, now is the time. But if not, there are some other great incentives ahead. So what is important is that the incentives get met regardless of if they're in Earthlock or what have you. It's a pleasure to have you guys donate, and it is for a worthy cause. So absolutely get in on it if that's something you want to see.
Indeed. So yeah, thank you very much. And just kind of as a reminder, this is the RPGs We Love Marathon, which runs from February 17th to 23rd and showcases various beloved RPG speedruns by many awesome people, such as our very own Professor Palmer here. And the money we raise will go towards paying for the Valkyries, the RPG Valkyries, to attend RPG Limit Break in May, which will pay for hotel, airfare, and incidentals. And, well, thank you all so much for the support. There are various incentives and that you can meet, and one of the incentives that would like to be met is just $74 away to fight the optional Super Mega Boss in this game here in Earthlock. If you'd like to see a bit more of the game and also have some more awesome commentary by Professor Palmer, that would probably be a good way to go for it.
Thank you so much, Yaga. Appreciate you. Alrighty, let's see what we got. We can do another might. We can actually stack him on mites right now. That's good. Needs armor. There we go. Cool. So now we're going to do Ichibo and Bren. They are, like I said, usually fine. However, if they get really trolly with how frequently they want to shield themselves from being able to take damage, you just have to sit there and eat it. One time I was on a really good pace and I forgot to equip the shield talents, and they just beat the crap out of me and I lost. But this time we didn't make that mistake, so we should be in we should be in pretty favorable shape. Oh wow, he opened up with it. That is not good to see. That sucks, dude. Oh, whatever. So now we just have to I'm gonna cloak with these two guys. Basically just defend and stack buffs with the others. Sloth is AoE slow, can't swipe, which is a true pain. You just gotta sit here and wait. There's Devastate. It'll actually do a significant amount of damage. It just won't do it like it did previously. We want Ichibo to die first, so we're gonna curse him. He should die in 2 ticks. Man, we have so many medicines. This is crazy. Oh, he didn't. That stinks. But Eamon should be able to kill him. Cool. Alright, swell. Okay, cool. So the slow is starting to wear off, which is important. Once we do that, as long as he doesn't AoE, we're gonna actually cloak. Oh, he can't. Just hope he doesn't die then, I guess. Once Taika gets his next turn, he'll have to wait it out. Ooh, yikes. Look how many buffs Taika has, it's ridiculous. Nice. Okay, so Taika actually has a talent on him right now that will, every time he does an action, has a chance of giving him an AMRI. So resting gave him 2 right there, which is pretty dope. So he's dead now. This curse is going to do stupid damage. Or we can actually just rest everybody else's turn. Oh my god. Alright, cool. So as you can see, we did like upwards of like 25, 30,000 damage. Yeah, Marathon Luck indeed. We've had a few Marathon Luck situations. It's always humorous to see. I'm like, you know, this is my top end, how long this run will take me. And then I'm constantly surprised. But we did it. No worries. We used a few medicines. Not the end of the world. We're going to go into the final boss area now. To bring it home, so not too bad. Outside of the 11-12 minutes we lost from the soft lock, we've pretty much maintained average pace despite some things going really poorly, but I'm having fun, and that's what matters. This next area is really sweet as well. There's a moving floor that you have to step on certain tiles in order to get the floor to move a certain way. And it's one of my favorite areas design-wise in the entire game. I really like it. I always forget, like, there's 2 methods of moving the floor that can create stairs for you to get out, and you'll see in a second. And I always end up doing a mixture of the 2 ways, and it takes forever. I should put it to notes, but I don't play this game like this anymore, so it would be such a hassle. Which is probably why I'm doing poorly, but it's okay. Practice makes perfect. We'll get there. So here it is. This neat little area. Alrighty. So we start with this one. Oh, sorry. With this one. Then we go to that one. Oops. Okay, again. Trying to do a mix. This should be it. Nice. Alright, cool. We did it. So as you can see, it's super cool. Those little hexagonal floor tiles that move around. I don't know why I like it so much. I'm a stickler for shapes. I like cool looking shapes. I guess that's it. Oh man, but yeah, now we're gonna tap this save stone and save. Oops, I must have saved over something else. Oh well. We're gonna tap this save stone and save. We're gonna warp back to Plump It to get a full heal, and then we're gonna warp right back to the stasis chamber, and we're gonna go fight Valver Ichibo. Now right here in this area is the highest EXP yielding enemies in the game. They're also pretty difficult, and they're literally like shadow versions of your own teammates. So you'll fight like a Dark Taika and a Dark Ive and all those kinds of people. Now we don't want to fight any of them because they're hard to fight and they are slow, you know, naturally. And it used to be that we had to take one fight at the very end because you couldn't outrun them. And you'll see here in a second how this water slows me down. But when Snowcastle told me that I could use Pat as a movement tech, it also opened us up to we no longer have to take that one fight. So as a result, this area is a little bit quicker. And easier for sure. But as you can see, you go through these stones and then you end up walking just a little bit slower. Ooh, threaded the needle, perfect. Nice, nice. That was where you used to have to take the encounter, and now you don't, so that's ideal. So before we move too much further, I need to get rid of this Lysaegis. I guess we'll do this. She needs Battle Medic. He needs double turn. Taika needs do I want on him, to be honest? And back again, I guess. We'll give him some magic. And that's it. Everybody's in the correct stance. All right, let's go do this. Final boss. But encounters, yeah, not pass. Oh, oops. I went swimming for a second. All right. Now, final boss. So he's a pretty cool boss. I'll explain during this scene. I'll kind of explain what he does. He has two different stances. One is when he cocoons himself and he takes less damage. However, you can still gouge and curse while he's in that stance, which is important. The second thing is he will open up and be susceptible to all kinds of damage, but he uses a lot of AoE. A lot of his AoE abilities have DOTs tied to them. And eventually he'll get to a HP threshold where he summons ads. And we want to do a specific amount of damage by the time that happens so that we can get rid of the ads. Okay, that's favorable to have Eamon get attacked first. Oh, and the haste pop. Boy! So, again, everybody needs to invest in Taika. That's pretty much how we do this fight. Taika got stunned, so that stinks. Eamon can do just little chip damage with gouge. Guess we're gonna first aid here. We don't want Eamon to die just yet. We don't care if he does eventually. But first, we actually need to get to a certain... Nice. Oh, no, not nice. Oh, bummer. Oh, bother. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Alright, this is not going excellent. The stun on Taika early really cost us, unfortunately. But we should be able to... Okay, now once he goes into Cocoon, we should be able to bounce back from it. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Oh goodness, that was silly of me. I don't know what our win condition is here. We might just have to reload. We still don't have curse. Yikes. And because Nart died, we lost all our stacks. See, we'll keep trying to pull this one out just in case. I know, right? We got totally shafted. Beefed. Yeah, to die the final boss is gonna be embarrassing, but that's alright. We're out of Lysses. Yeah, I don't know what we do here. Guess we wing it like this. Maybe Taika gets an ult off here. Oh, they just stunned Taika for 2 turns. Dude, he is mad trolling me right now. Oh well, it happens. That one shot. Yeah. All right. Well. Balls. It's okay. We saved right before there on purpose. Oops. So that's about as. Yeah, that's about as bad as that fight can go. And the reason for it is, like, when Taika gets stunned early on like that, you just have to sit there and hope that... We have to push a certain amount of damage to get him to go into Cocoon so that he stops AoEing. And because the guy who provides all that damage got stunned with, like, a really low % chance stun, then... and that's just the way it be sometimes. It's crazy how nature do that. But it's okay. We'll be fine on the next one. Ooh, nice. Snowcastle's probably laughing at me if they're still watching. Nice. Okay, so we got through there without any aggro. That's always pleasant. No, I don't want... There's an Energize in that chest right there, which is an item that can give you all your Amory back. But if this fight goes exactly how it's supposed to, then we don't ever need it. Alright, so we need immunity chance. Get back again. Oh, Battle Medic and double turn. Cool, cool. Alright, you guys didn't... That's how the pizza rolls. You guys didn't see anything. I don't know what you're talking about. This is the final boss. First try. Let's do it. Let's bring it home. That's alright. Now that you've seen exactly how ugly it can go, watch him be like the most agreeable final boss we've ever seen. You know, I'm actually happy it happened now as opposed to like a run that I actually was like on the case on. You guys don't know, but I've been doing this entire thing blindfolded. Oh, we didn't heal? What? Lols. No, see, that's really nice to have happen right away. Now look how easy this is. This is kind of making me mad. Cool. We'll first aid with Ive on this next one. Curse again with Taika. Pretty good damage. Oh yeah, that's what we want to see. That's how it should go. What a surprise.
It's the perfect marathon run. Sure,
It
both
really
ends
is.
of the spectrum.
Guess what, magic focus? Why not? And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. We beat the final boss. That is it. That is Earthlock Any %. We have completed it. First try. I don't care what anybody else says. That was first try. We did it. Woohoo!
first try and the second attempt.
Exactly, exactly. That's what matters. That's what matters.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you so much, man. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to save you guys as much time as I anticipated, but I'm happy that it at least came in under estimate. So, thank you guys so much, RPG Valkyries, everybody, for having me. It was an absolute pleasure. This is Earthlock's first marathon run ever. They took a risk on me, and it was an awesome experience. So hopefully a learning one in the future. And it's only up from here, ladies and gentlemen.
Excellent, thank you very much. And this game looks really cute, actually.
Yeah, it's visually and music-wise, it's a very chill experience when you're not stressing over time saves and stuff like that. Man, it is a total great game to just kick back and enjoy. Shoutouts to Snowcastle. I don't know if they're still in chat, but the devs that made this game had a lot to do with how fast the speedrun ended up being, and they were one of probably the only devs I've ever experienced that have contributed, things they forgot to hotfix or glitches or what have you to help me or to help a speedrunner skip levels of their game. So really, I can't thank them enough. They tweeted the run out and everything. They're great people. So definitely go check the game out. It's always on sale, and it's on like every console. So if you get an opportunity to, you definitely won't regret it. But
All right.
we'll go ahead and drop out of this. This is just where we're going to see the credits. And I will go ahead and send it over to the transition screen. That way you guys can make use of some of the time here.